And it's day 3 at the RNC. We'll hear from the former president's running mate for the first time.
We'll have that and a lot more here on The Nation Decides, starting now.
Good evening and welcome to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. It's now day 3 at the Republican National Convention, tomorrow night being the last.
And we'll be covering all of it live tonight and tomorrow when former President Trump is expected to give his nomination acceptance speech. And here with us at the desk is former presidential campaign policy advisor and former U.S. diplomat Bart Marcois and former Barack Obama regional campaign director and Democratic strategist Robin Biro. Glad to have both of you with us tonight. We'll be getting to both of you just shortly, but first we want to go to NTD's Washington correspondent Iris Tao, who's on the ground at the RNC in Milwaukee. Iris, it's day 3. What are things looking like on the floor right now?
Good evening to all. So tonight on day 3 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, the theme will be Make America Strong once again, with speeches focused on foreign policy, the military, as well as Communist China's economic threats. Notably, Trump's new VP pick, Senator J.D. Vance, will be formally accepting his nomination here at the convention tonight. And earlier this afternoon, Vance made his first official appearance as Trump's running mate outside of the convention, giving a speech mainly focused on the attempted assassination against Trump and a call for unity. Watch.
An assassin tried to take down the President of the United States. I was mad about it. Was he mad and angry? He called for national unity. He called for calm. He showed leadership, my friends, that the media keeps on saying they want somebody to tone down the temperature. Well, Donald Trump got shot and he toned down the temperature. That's what a real leader does.
And in the speech tonight, Senator Vance is expected to highlight his personal story, including being raised in poverty, having a rather turbulent childhood, and how he's still becoming the person who he is today. He's also expected to make connections between his personal experience to Trump's policies, including those on inflation, immigration, and foreign policy. And meanwhile, today also, Vice President Kamala Harris says she has accepted 3 potential days for a vice presidential debate with Senator Vance. The Republican Trump's campaign responded to that challenge, saying they won't accept any potential dates until at least the Democratic National Convention in August. So a big thing to watch for tonight will be how Senator Vance potentially addresses that debate challenge coming from Vice President Kamala Harris. Back to you.
NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao there at the convention. We'll be checking in with her throughout the evening.
And let's go now to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin. Dave, what do you have for us tonight?
Thank you, Tiff. Yeah, we've got a number of headline speakers going on tonight. Let's take a quick look at a few of the biggest ones of them. First up, Kellyanne Conway, political consultant, Trump's former campaign manager in 2016. She also served as a senior counselor for Trump in the White House for 4 years. She also founded her own polling company. Next up, Donald Trump Jr. is also going to speak tonight. Trump's son graduated from Wharton School of Business, Pennsylvania in 2000. He's also the executive vice president of the Trump Organization. And also we've got, well, of course, Trump's pick for vice president, J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator, served in the Marine Corps. He's also a Yale Law graduate. He has been a U.S. senator since 2023. And of course, he's the author of Hillbilly Elegy, a very popular book that was made into a movie. So those are just a few, there's a very quick look at just a few of the speakers. We'll have more as the night continues, but for right now, back to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks for that, and we will be checking in with you throughout the night.
And now let's go to NTD's Washington correspondent, Jack Bradley, who is at the RNC in Wisconsin on Media Row. Jack, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Steve. Well, we have a lot of people coming in here tonight, lawmakers, conservative thought leaders, speaking about Republican Party issues and uniting the nation. Tonight, foreign policy is the main topic. Senator J.D. Vance, the Trump's VP nominee pick, is going to be addressing the nation tonight here and expected to accept the Republican nomination. He's also said recently that the Chinese regime is the biggest threat to the U.S. Now, earlier I spoke to Kash Patel, the senior advisor to former President Trump, about how the Chinese regime's collecting user data from Temu, which is a Chinese clothing company, and they're just collecting this data. So take a look at this.
Another excellent point that people aren't really following. They're like, oh, whatever, you got my email address and credit card number. It's not for use tomorrow. They're not going out there to steal your identity and swipe your bank account out of a couple of $1,000s. What they're doing over time is monitoring your behavior, your actions. Where does this person go? Where does that person go? What do they go to buy? What do they read? What's their news outlet? How long have they lived here? Are they moving around? And the CCP and their intelligence infrastructure ingests this information and issues pattern organizational information that shows America in the East is doing this, or this portion of America is doing that. And then they come in and purchase large swaths of American farmland next to military bases based on some of this data that they have collected, because they don't do that by throwing a dart at the board. They say very methodically, what is the best advantageous use of our money overseas in mainland America, and they utilize this data to harness a lot of the playing field and to figure out where's best to go and where's best to avoid.
Now, other private businesses collect user data from individuals using certain apps and using certain devices. But the harm in letting the Chinese regime do that, according to Patel, is that they use it for human rights abuses. On the Chinese regime's human rights abuses, Patel said that they're engaged in 3 genocides currently, one of which is the genocide against the Falun Gong, against the Uyghurs, and then other spiritual believers. The House just most recently, about a few weeks ago, passed the Falun Gong Protection Act, which sanctions any individual involved in the Chinese regime's forced organ harvesting of anyone specifically targeting the practitioners of Falun Gong. Back to you.
On location in Wisconsin, we'll be checking back in with Jack throughout the evening as well. And coming back now to our studio, we have Bart Marcois and Robin Byro. It's great to have you both once again. Tonight's theme, Bart, is Make America Strong Once Again, essentially focusing on foreign policy and how the United States looks in the eyes throughout the world. What are you looking for in this convention? What message do you think Republicans are going to try to project?
I think that message was projected Saturday evening when President Trump stood up and said, I'm okay, fight, fight, fight. I got a call early Monday morning from an overseas government that I've dealt with in the past that said, what is, how do we establish a good relationship with Trump? We've put all our money down on Biden and we understand now that he's going to win. He's projecting strength. China is a perfect example. They respect strength, and if they can do something, they will do it, and they will do it to people who are not as strong as they are. That's why they abuse human rights. They don't care whether it's human rights or not. They want to do something, they will do it if they're strong enough. If we project strength, then they will hesitate. But if we project weakness, then it's open season on everybody in the world.
So, Robin, obviously an unprecedented election where you have 2 presidents with a track record to speak to. What do you think that President Biden in his campaign should be pointing to over the past 4 years when it comes to some of the strengths in his foreign policy?
Specifically dealing with China and Russia, if you go to foreignpolicy.com, there are 20 experts who assessed his prior 3.5 years experience, and they gave him a B. I would tend to agree with that. The reason he didn't get an A was because the pullout in Afghanistan was bad. It was a disaster. I'm saying that as an Army Ranger veteran, and I can acknowledge that. And I expect to hear a great deal of fair criticism tonight about that from our Republican counterparts. But the Biden campaign has got to address that, and we've got to address the foreign policy successes that he's had.
To your point, President Biden leave much of former President Trump's China policies intact, unscathed, and in certain areas was even stronger on China, specifically when it comes to human rights.
Absolutely, that is absolutely true. And we've got to deal with China. It's a significant threat, and especially when you talk about intellectual property theft. I hope to hear some more of that this evening. Anytime we have TikTok or Temu, we just heard a moment ago, these things have malware in them, and they collect tons of data, and it's used against us.
Speaking of TikTok, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance has also touched on that. He was supportive of the bill that was passed earlier this year that hopes to divest ByteDance from TikTok, and then if that doesn't happen, ban it outright. But he was also saying to balance that with the First Amendments of people in this country. Given that, though, we are hearing that he is going to be speaking tonight, what are you looking out for in his speech tonight?
What I expect him, when you say what are you looking out for, you mean what do I expect from him? I expect him to talk about American strength, and I think he will focus on energy security. If we are producing sufficient energy, as we were several years ago, then the world comes to our door. If we're producing more energy than we consume in the United States, and we're net energy exporters, as we were under President Trump's first term, then we can help set the agenda. That strengthens the dollar. Right now, we're in an extremely weak position because of the number of dollars that are out there. You saw Saudi Arabia a couple of months ago say they're going to start accepting payments in currencies other than the dollar. I expect that Senator Vance will touch on that issue. He'll talk about economic strength. It'll be economic strength more than military strength, I believe.
And we do have some breaking news. We're actually talking about it here at the desk, but we're going to tell all of you out there that President Biden has tested positive for COVID. So he will be canceling all of his counter programming that was planned to happen at the same time as the RNC. Now, back to our topic of J.D. Vance speaking tonight. How significant will this speech be to the Trump-Vance ticket? And especially, how do you see Democrats watching tonight's speech?
One thing that no other network has mentioned that I want to address here tonight is that J.D. Vance is a Marine veteran. We don't have that benefit on the Democratic ticket. So I think that that's going to speak to a lot of blue-collar and green-collar folks over on the Democratic side, and independents and moderates. I expect him to lean heavily on that tonight, and we don't really have a good counterpart to that on my side of the ticket. So that, I think, is going to be a weakness for us as Democrats.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, how do you see Kamala Harris potentially watching tonight's speech, knowing that she has a debate coming up?
Yes, she does, and she has agreed to do that. I was just glad about that. She's a bulldog. She doesn't take any scruff. She's going to do a good job, and I know that she'll be taking notes frantically and learning how to address him, seeing what gets under his skin. That's kind of the name of the game with these debates. She'll be looking for any weakness anytime he diverts his eyes, even to try and bully him. Basically, that's what you do.
We'll be back to this discussion in just a short moment. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium MyPillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're gonna benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
And welcome back to the Nation Decides. I'm Tiffany Meier.
And I'm Steve Lance.
And let's go now to the big wall with NTD's Dave Martin. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. I want to take a look at some recent polls for the presidential race, specifically the swing states. And we're talking these 7 here. We've got Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Now, between these 7 swing states, there are 93 electoral votes up for grabs here. Now, let's look at them individually, starting with Arizona. Now, this was a close Biden win 4 years ago. As you can see here, according to a Real Clear polling average over about a 5-week period, Trump with actually a 5.5-point lead here. Now, according to a recent poll, immigration was actually the #1 voter issue by Arizona people. Inflation and abortion were up there as well. Let's go to the next one. How about Nevada? There's 6 electoral votes here. Biden won this one as well 4 years ago. Trump, according to the Real Clear polling average, a 5-point lead over a similar 6-week period. Now, according to a recent poll here, economy is the #1 thing on people in Nevada's mind for voters. Now, how about let's go to the next state, Wisconsin. Right where they're holding the RNC. 10 electoral votes here. This was another Biden win, a very close one 4 years ago. Right now, Trump with a 3-point lead over Biden, according to these polls. Let's take a look at Michigan. 15 electoral votes here. Biden again won this, another somewhat close call. Trump with a very close lead right now, according to these polls, just 1.5%, well within the margin of error. Both presidents obviously looking to appeal to the auto workers industry. How about North Carolina? 16 electoral votes here. Now, this is the one that Trump took 4 years ago. This one's actually a borderline lean Republican at this point. Right now, Trump with a 5.5-point lead, according to the polls. Let's go to Pennsylvania. This is the biggest one of the 7. 19 electoral votes here. Biden won this one again 4 years ago. According to the polls, though, Trump with a slight 4.5-point lead here. And finally, Georgia. 16 electoral votes. Biden again took this one just by 11,000 votes 4 years ago. But right now, again, showing Trump with a slight lead of nearly 4 points there. Now, these are polling averages over about a 6-week period, so that includes before the debate and after the debate. Really not much of the events over the last 4 days with the assassination attempt and the documents case being dismissed. So we haven't seen the full impact of that yet, but it'll be interesting to see soon where these numbers head based on those events. That's it for the polls now, so back to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks for those updates, especially on the swing states. And let's come back to our guest, former presidential campaign policy advisor and former U.S. diplomat Bart Marcois, and former Obama regional campaign director and Democratic strategist Robin Byro. Great to have you both here with us. Now, based on these polls that we just heard, Trump seems to be in a good position across the swing states. Bart, how much do you attribute that to his foreign policy?
I think his foreign policy does not play a great role in swinging voters to him. His voters care about domestic policy. Their idea about foreign policy is foreign means strange, it means not us. Keep us out of there, keep them out of here. And they just want to, as we said earlier, they want to project strength in foreign policy. They're interested in trade, but what they really want is for him to bring manufacturing back to the United States. Most of these polls swinging toward him are attributable to his focus on the middle class and on making life better for the middle class, the working class. Better to say the working class than the middle class. He wants to improve life for people who have felt left behind over the last 10 or 15 years.
And Robin, what would you attribute to these changes we're seeing in the polls? And what do you think the Democratic Party will do to try and move that needle back?
So the polls have definitely had a downturn since the disastrous debate performance, and we just can't beat around the bush around that. That was the worst presidential debate of my lifetime, probably in U.S. history. We're seeing the polls nosedive. But there are 111 days until the election, less than 90 days now until early voting starts. A whole lot can change. And it can also change for the worse for Joe Biden if he does poorly. He may garner a little bit of sympathy now that he's tested positive for COVID, but that pales in comparison to the sympathy that the country is going to outpour for Donald Trump for being shot at. So, it's tough. We're in a quandary.
And Bart, this evening we're going to hear from former Trump senior advisor on trade, Peter Navarro, just getting out of prison earlier this morning, from what I understand. And I just want, when it comes to some of these swing states, that obviously referred to many of them as the Rust Belt, and there is some concern there from some voters when it comes to outsourcing jobs and manufacturing to China. Do you see this being a major issue in 2024?
Yes, I do. And in fact, if you really want to focus in on swing states, the three states that matter most are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Joe Biden has to win all three of those in order to get to 270 electoral votes. He can't do it without those three states. My guess, if I'm asking the magic 8-ball, he's going to win Wisconsin. Michigan, I couldn't make a prediction, but I think Pennsylvania looks like it's going President Trump's way. And in the meantime, President Trump is focusing on states like my home state, Virginia, which if he wins that, then he doesn't need Wisconsin.
And I've got to point out too, an important thing to note is that in 2020, President Trump lost because of those three states. He was only down by 43,000 votes in those three states specifically. That's why he lost, and he knows that. His strategists know that, and they're turning the tables.
And to that point, Michigan is a very interesting state. In 2016, I believe Trump won versus Hillary by about 0.25%, just a fraction. Then in 2020, lost by about 3 points, and now we see him up by about 1 point. We were speaking earlier, and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, how much do you think that she is going to play into this election when it comes to the Democrats?
A huge part. Now, she has been somewhat critical, though, of President Biden in recent weeks, just over the last 2 weeks, in fact. We need her out on the trail. What we need more than anything are Democrats just to coalesce around our candidate. That's the biggest problem that we're facing right now, is inter-party battles about whether or not he should even remain on the ticket, and that's not where you want to be this close out from an election.
And with tonight's theme being Make America Strong once again, just to pull it back to tonight's theme, we did hear from Nikki Haley yesterday, former UN ambassador, also Trump rival. She was kind of giving a unity speech there last night. But when it comes to foreign policy, she was saying strong presidents don't start wars, they prevent wars. Now, with this tonight's theme being foreign policy, given that we currently do have foreign wars unfolding around the world with Ukraine, Russia, the Middle East, potential tensions around Taiwan, how do you see Trump then tackling that? He's just said, oh, under my presidency, there wouldn't have been these wars, but now that we do have them, how do you see Trump addressing that?
They're two very separate wars. There are other smaller regional conflicts going on, but the two main wars are Israel-Gaza and Ukraine-Russia. As far as Israel-Gaza is concerned, if Trump comes out and just firmly comes down on the side of Israel and against the terrorist attack of October 7th, you cannot reward a would-be nation by giving them nationhood, statehood, in exchange for a terrorist attack. He has to help Israel eradicate Hamas. It would be the best thing that could happen for the Palestinian people as well as for the Israelis. With American help and not getting in the way, I'll say inshallah, since we're talking about the Middle East, that would end that conflict very quickly. That would also strengthen his hand as he goes to Ukraine and Russia and sits down and says, okay, boys, what are we really talking about here? And in Ukraine, President Trump is not going to look at that as a peace deal. He's going to look at it as a real estate deal. This is a land deal. He is going to go in and say, you're arguing over a piece of land. I've done that in Manhattan all my life and all around the world. Let's sit down and talk about that land and see what the deal is we can make.
And day 3 of the RNC is going to kick off in just a moment. We'll be back with it in just a short break.
New to Medicare? Recently moved or losing coverage? Then let us help break it down for you. First up, we have Medicare Part A. Consider your hospital insurance as your safety net, covering inpatient hospital stays, skilled nursing facilities, hospice care, and some home health care. It's the help for your peace of mind, ensuring that you get the care you may need when you need it. And now let's talk about Medicare Part B, your medical insurance. This is your key to most preventative services, outpatient care and doctor visits, from flu shots to screenings. Part B, you're at the forefront of proactive health care. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan, the plan may provide all of your Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B coverage, and it is designed with you in mind, providing a wide array of coverage options for personalized care. Review your Medicare coverage options, ensuring it aligns with your evolving healthcare needs, from flu shots to screenings. Call 800-939-1759. That's 800-939-1759.
Tangazo hili linahusu njaa. Tarajia kuona watoto wakiwa na njaa katika maeneo haya. Mambo yalikuwa bora kwa miaka mingi. Tuliweza kupigana na njaa na watoto wachache walikufa. Lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika na kwa mabaya zaidi. Hii ni kwa sababu wakati huu ukame umeangamiza zaidi.
Через війни та конфлікти ми мусимо залишати наші домівки і всі наші речі. Ми навіть не маємо їжі. Тому нам потрібна ваша допомога.
Millions of children are fighting to survive due to inequality, conflict, poverty, and the climate crisis. Save the Children is working alongside communities to provide a better life for children. And there's a way you can help. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month. Only 33 cents a day. We urgently need 1,000 new monthly donors in the next 30 days to help the children we support around the world. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection, plus so much more that a child needs, by calling right now and giving just $10 a month.
Ви можете допомогти голодуючим родинам вижити.
All we need are 1,000 monthly donors in the next 30 days. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
Toto kote duniani потребують вашої допомоги.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Please call or go online to hungerstopsnow.org to help save lives today.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And back now to our in-studio panel, Bart Marcois, Robin Biro. Bart, like I said, Peter Navarro set to give a speech tonight coming out of prison, one of the earlier speeches. We still don't know yet if the former president's going to be in the room. What do you expect to hear from him tonight?
Boy, that's a loaded question. You know, I hope that he can manage to continue with this theme of unity. We were talking about that before we started. But I doubt he's going to be able to. I know I would not be able to, having come out of 4 months of prison for a completely unjust. He was put in prison because he refused to comply with a congressional subpoena. He said he invoked executive privilege. And the administration said, no, you have to go to prison if you won't talk to a congressional committee. While at the same time, Hunter Biden has also rejected a congressional subpoena, and he's the acting, the de facto White House chief of staff. It looks unfair. I'm sure it feels very unfair to Peter. He will probably mention that unfairness and then launch into an economic speech. That's my best guess. He won't pass it up. He'll take a shot. He'll mention it because it's a rallying cry. It's red meat for the troops, and he'll throw the red meat. And then he's a very intellectual guy. I think he will then pivot to the economic argument against China in particular.
And Bart, to your point, somebody in a similar position for the same reason that Peter Navarro went to prison is Steve Bannon, who likely would have been at the convention this week, but he's also serving prison time right now, so we won't be hearing from him.
And we do have another quick update about President Biden. According to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, the president is experiencing mild COVID-19 symptoms. He's vaccinated and boosted. He's now headed back to Delaware to self-isolate. Jean-Pierre added that he will fully carry out his duties during that time. The White House says it will provide regular updates on the president's status. Biden tested positive earlier today before he was set to speak at an event in Las Vegas. The annual conference is held by Latino civil rights and advocacy group Unidos US. And given the update that we just got there about President Biden, how do you see this fitting into all of this? This was part of his counter-programming for the RNC.
As you were saying that, Tiffany, I thought to myself, they're putting him back in the basement. That's what Republicans are going to say, and honestly, that's a little bit how it feels. That won't work this time because he had such a poor debate performance. It's still fresh in the minds of Americans, even though it's been a couple of weeks now. We need him out on the trail. Republicans are frankly going to have a field day with the fact that they're pulling him kind of off and letting him recuperate. Like they said, like Karine Jean-Pierre just said, it's mild symptoms. He ought to be able to do something to counter-program.
And we are hearing growing calls from the Democratic Party for President Biden to step aside. Where is the Democratic Party headed right now?
Oh, that's a really tough question. Let's talk about the finances. The campaign, according to President Biden, has about $220 million in the bank right now. That is a huge pile of money. Prior to his poor debate performance, they were down to $69 million. So they've done quite a bit of fundraising. And he's got the wind at his back in terms of that. And campaigns are dead without money. So we're good there. But as you see, the polling is not good for us. We've got big donors that are pulling out. We just had the $90 million that was kind of blackmailed. Again, the super PAC is blackmailing that they won't fund any of that unless we replace Biden at the top of the ticket. So where we are, it's chaos.
And then on the flip side, you are seeing more and more Silicon Valley support for former President Trump, with Elon Musk paying $45 million a month to a new super PAC a month. Yeah. Wild. And then some in the Bitcoin and crypto realm. as well. How do you see that fitting into the Trump campaign, the whole crypto aspect?
You know, I'm glad you asked me that. I speak with a lot of young people who have invested money in cryptocurrency, mostly in Bitcoin, but in some of the other currencies. There are over 50 million Americans that are invested in cryptocurrency, and that community has been energized since President Trump came out, what was it, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks, a month ago, and said something very positive about crypto, about policy, U.S. government policy, that he will not allow the U.S. government to over-regulate cryptocurrency. And Reddit and Instagram and all of the social media platforms erupted in that. And that's a community that's overlooked by a lot of political advisors, and it's going to generate easily 10 million votes for him that otherwise, frankly, would probably have never voted. It's like his no tax on tips policy. Suddenly, he's energizing waiters and waitresses and service personnel of all sort. Anybody who gets a tip, they are suddenly looking at President Trump and saying, I don't care what he says, I don't care what he tweets. If he will let me keep my tips, I'm going to vote for that guy.
And there on your screen is a live look at the Republican National Convention, Day 3, where we're awaiting tonight's speeches to kick off. There's a kind of a panoramic view of the event. Early on in tonight's activities, you're going to see Congressman Brian Mast of Florida, Nancy Mace, Congresswoman South Carolina, Ronnie Jackson, former White House doctor for former President Trump, along with his former acting director of national intelligence, Ric Grenell, a whole host of series. And then, of course, the keynote this evening is going to be vice presidential nominee for former President Trump, J.D. Vance. And then you will also have before him Donald Trump Jr., who's going to set the table for that speech, along with many, many others, like we mentioned earlier, Peter Navarro, Newt Gingrich, quite a few other folks that will be speaking there tonight. We're going to be sure to bring you all of that once it gets started. In the meantime, we'll bring our discussion back to the table here. When it comes to J.D. Vance, Bart, I want to get your thoughts. His public admission of not being, for Trump, what do you think we can learn from that? Does there need to be a little bit of grace from the media and from the pundits when it comes to him not supporting Trump in the early stages back in 2016?
You know, I think J.D. Vance is such a tough guy. He doesn't require grace from anybody but God. He's out there, he's ready to take slings and arrows and throw them back. And I think that his conversion from anti-Trump to being one of Trump's strongest supporters, I think that's part of why he was picked, because he was anti-Trump 8 years ago and he's pro-Trump now. Because I think when he stands up, he's going to talk tonight about that conversion process, that pivoting process. And I think he's going to resonate, his words will resonate with a lot of people that are just not quite ready. And when they hear him talk about why he changed, I think that it's going to shift probably 2, maybe 3 percentage points, maybe more, if people are paying attention. Certainly of those that pay attention, it would probably shift between 5 and 10 of those that are listening tonight.
I certainly think it's a fascinating subject that's worth talking more about, and I think we will talk about it a little bit more later on tonight. Right now, we are going to go back to the RNC, where we have NTD's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley on location with an update and an interview. Jack.
Hey there, Steve. Yes, I'm now joined by Brett Kavanaugh, the former Deputy Assistant to the President for Homeland Security. Brett, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate being on the show today.
Now, today we're focusing on foreign policy here at the RNC, and the Chinese regime is America's #1 adversary. As far as the threats that we're facing now with the Chinese regime, what's going on now, particularly some things with like the drones we were talking offline?
Absolutely. So I think the first thing everyone needs to understand in America is this threat from China is a whole of society threat. It's not just a government versus government. It's very much an asymmetric threat. And you look at how they're dominating various manufacturing markets, and we can start with drones. They just undercut prices and manufacture drones that have technology, the capability to do recording, GPS positioning while they're taking photos and videos. Basically, they're creating an espionage instrument that has a data link back to China. And an example, I was dealing with a state earlier this year that had 95% of their drones that the law enforcement were using in that state are DJI drones, and they're essentially corrupted in systems that can't be trusted.
What's the danger of having that information from those drones going to the CCP?
It allows them to, everyone panicked over a balloon that floated across the country for several days, but every single time these law enforcement agencies are putting drones up in the air, they're creating a data repository of what they're filming, their training, they're filming their tactics, they're filming certain locations, whether they're government locations, could be military installations. It's recording that data and then downlinking the data, and it's able to send that back to China. So basically in 2019, China changed its regulatory laws as it relates to cyber, and so anything they've created, whether it's hardware or software, it by law has to provide data back to China. So DJI, it's got software, hardware, both in it, and it's being able to transmit all that metadata back to China.
Now, as far as the Chinese regime and what it's doing, we just had the NATO summit in D.C., and they said that there's going to be a path for Ukraine to join. Now, right next to Ukraine, we have Chinese troops in Belarus, right next to Poland, which is a NATO member. And so the Chinese troops are training in Belarus currently as we speak.
Correct. I was just in Poland 2 weeks ago. I was traveling around with the National Security Advisor for Poland, and we actually went and observed an entire brigade of PLA troops training in Belarus with Russian troops. That's a mile from the border. That presents a clear threat to NATO, and it shows an obvious partnership between China and Russia.
And now, Brian, I really want to thank you so much for everything. Really appreciate your insight here today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, back to you.
He's Jack Bradley on location at the RNC in Wisconsin. We'll be back with Jack throughout the evening. Thank you, Jack. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more for...
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, an effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it, and over a few times. And wow, there was a big difference, because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours, and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
Hi, I'm Tim Che, the director and writer of The Firing Squad. You can participate in our Million Souls campaign, inviting everyone you know to Jesus. Listen, we all face some kind of firing squad in our lives, and yet faith in the Lord, that challenge can lead us to true peace in this insane world. We can't do it without you. We're competing with big Hollywood movies, so we're relying on your voice to spread the word. Thank you again for supporting this important movie.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The wolves surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation.
but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic, so I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
And we'll be back with more of this show, but actually let's go to the RNC and see what the feed is showing over there. It should be starting shortly, or if not, we can bring it back in studio to our guests here that we do have with us. We have Bart Marcois and Robin Byro. We will go to the RNC where we have our White House correspondent Iris Tao there. Iris, what do you have for us?
Good evening to you. Also, right now, the convention, day 3 of it, will be starting in just a few moments. Right now, the theme video is playing. Tonight's theme will be security, military, and of course, the threats facing the U.S. from foreign countries, including China and Russia. So the theme right now we're seeing from this video, they mentioned the Chinese spy balloon, the Hamas attack on Israel, Americans killed in that attack, as well as the Middle East situation. And I just now talked to a few of them who are in the audience about what they care about the most when it comes to foreign policy and tonight's speech. Some of them told me they look forward to Vance's speech in particular. They want to hear more about his stance on sending aid to Ukraine. And some of them, they also told me that they worry the most about China, saying how China's ambitions right now are trying to take over the world, not only the Indo-Pacific. And another person who I talked to also told me that they want America to be more safe when it comes to Russia, because they're from Alaska, right? There are some delegates from Alaska told me they have a big military presence in their state and they're close to Russia. And that's their focus. Meanwhile, some others also told me how economic stress from China will also be a theme from today. And the speakers, as you can see, are just getting started right now. A lot to look forward to in tonight when it comes to different countries and different topics. When it comes to foreign policy, we have heard from President Trump speaking in an interview just this week that he thinks if the U.S. were to protect Taiwan, he wants Taiwan to pay for that protection from America. And also J.D. Vance, we know, has been a big advocate for cutting down aid to Ukraine. So both topics will be very important tonight as we wait for J.D. Vance to give a speech when it comes to accepting the nomination tonight. Back to you.
All right, our White House correspondent Iris Tao there for us as the RNC Day 3 is getting underway. Actually, we do see Michael Watley right there, the chair of the RNC. Let's listen to what he says.
Where are we today? Russia has invaded Ukraine. They've parked a nuclear missile-capable boat 90 miles off our shore in Havana, Cuba. China is saber-rattling and threatening Taiwan. And Iran has openly attacked our ally, Israel, through its proxies and with its missiles. 10 million illegal immigrants have come across our southern border, and we don't know who they are, where they are, or what they're doing. Our economy is not nearly as strong as it was 4 years ago. We can do better. We need to do better. Tonight, we are going to hear from great speakers from across the Republican Party. We are going to hear from from President Trump's son, Donald Jr. We're going to hear from the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. And we are going to hear from real Americans who are going to tell their stories about how we need to make America strong again. So it is my pleasure to gavel open this third day of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome Delegate Evelyn Nunez-Jones from California.
So there we have it. We're going to be keeping an eye on the RNC. Once it officially gets kicked off with speeches, we'll be sure to bring them to you. In the meantime, I want to bring our discussion back to the panel here where we were previously talking about J.D. Vance and, basically his admission of changing his mind about Trump and the importance of being open to, new evidence, if you will. How do you think, Robin, political leaders can encourage a culture where admitting mistakes is seen as a strength rather than a weakness?
That should just be human nature. We should always look to see the humanness of everyone. So I'm kind of encouraged in some way that he's done that. But we can't shy away at the fact that there was certainly political opportunity there. Any politician does that. That's just the way it's done. I expect my party to criticize J.D. Vance more specifically on exactly how America First he is, because he doesn't seem to have any interest at all in negotiating for Ukraine. And I fear that he would be more inclined to just cede more territory to Russia rather than broker a deal with Ukraine. Although President Trump has said that he wants to negotiate a peace deal within 24 hours of being elected, not being inaugurated. So that's an important distinction.
To Robin's point, Bart, when it comes to former President Trump's policy, his foreign policy, what do you think, it's kind of hard, working in reverse, but what do you think he's going to be able to do, if anything, if he's elected, when it comes to that conflict?
When it comes to the Ukraine conflict?
In Russia.
I think if he goes in there and he says, I want to make a deal, both sides will sit down and listen to him because they have to. They know he's the president or the president-elect if he carries through on his pledge to do this within 24 hours of the election. They don't have to agree to the deal. And I suspect that it will be Vladimir Putin that walks away from the deal.
That was going to be my question to you. Obviously, the leverage going into a negotiation with the two would be to Ukraine, we're going to pull out the funding.
Right.
What does Putin have to lose?
Putin is actually in a rather, everybody talks about how popular he is and how he wins re-election easily, and he's set for 5 years and nobody can challenge him. But Putin does not feel safe. He does not feel like he is in that position. He is constantly balancing between his interests, Russian national interests, the Russian nationalists who think that Putin is too soft. They want somebody much more hard line than he is, and between the Chechens and the other Islamist and Islamic republics inside Russia, he depends on the Chechens for a lot of his military strength, and the Dagestanis to some extent, and he has to balance. The Chechens and the Russian nationalists hate each other, and he has to balance between those. What Trump's actual leverage is, he could say, we will continue funding Ukraine. Putin thinks that if Trump comes in, it's all over. But if Trump comes in and says, we're going to continue funding them, we're going to make the Europeans fund them, it won't be American money, but we'll make the Europeans fund him. And do you really want to let the EU, which is far more pro-Ukraine than America is, do you really want the EU to be in charge of this? Because we will continue to stand by the EU, we'll continue to stand by our NATO partners.
And Robin, what can you, kind of share in terms of how you view President Biden and the Democrats' policy right now? We're so many months and years into this now. Is there anything left in the toolkit to stop this conflict that you think President Biden could deploy?
Absolutely. Let me just say, as a special operations veteran, a former Army Ranger.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, I appreciate that. There's so much equipment that is just not used in our military that's just sitting around. I would love for that to be sent. I would love for him to do an evaluation of exactly what disused equipment we could send over. I think that would be smart. Instead of, in lieu of sending more funds, let's repurpose some of our old equipment and give it to our allies. I think what we're going to see Biden and Kamala Harris say is that if we lose this election as Democrats, that we're going to see the opportunity evaporate for Ukraine to ever get into NATO and talk more about that. But will Americans care? That's the question.
On that note of will Americans care, actually, I want to zoom in when it comes to the RNC. We've been hearing a lot of almost uniting speeches, right? There's this theme of compassion, inclusiveness. There's a lot of former Democrats that were speaking, especially last night. You had Nikki Haley come in directly addressing, say, the Never Trumper or her crowd, being like, you don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time. You could still vote for him. Actually, that aside, we have to update everyone on President Biden. So let's do that really quickly. We do have a quick update on President Biden. Before he boarded Air Force One, he told the reporters he is feeling good. He was not wearing a mask at the time. Here's that clip.
How are you feeling? Mr. President, how do you feel? How do you feel? Feel good. Do you have symptoms?
Well, there was the president saying he's still feeling good, even though he's off to self-isolate. Still seemed in pretty good spirits there.
I think he looked really good for a 102-year-old.
That's coming from a Democrat.
Well, conversation for another time. We do have a very quick break, though, so hold those thoughts. We'll be right back.
As we're seeing that.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion and make us happy or sad. But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed.
It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy. It's only 3 little letters.
But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed. So, what is this special word? It may surprise you.
it's yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me.
And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk. So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Tired of scrolling Netflix? Trying to find something that's worth watching? Want to skip the censorship in mainstream media? Well, now you can with Epoch TV. New exclusive content every day with over 100 never-before-seen movies, films, and documentaries. Available and streaming now at your fingertips. For a limited time now, you can get 60% off Epoch TV by subscribing or upgrading to a yearly plan. Plus, get an additional $10 credit to rent featured movies on Epoch Cinema today. Skip mainstream narratives and find quality family entertainment from the comfort of your very own home. Say no to big tech and subscribe to Epoch TV.
The Nation Decides 2024, where we're looking in live at the RNC, day 3, where you see Florida Congressman Brian Mast giving a speech there. The Florida congressman served in the United States military. He's actually a double amputee. We see him walking through the halls of Congress on his prosthetic limbs, talking about foreign policy. Right now you can see he's getting a rigorous standing ovation. We're going to tune in and listen to what the congressman has to say.
Better. America deserves better. And with Donald Trump, you know that we don't just get better, we get the best. Donald Trump restored American strength before. Donald Trump will restore American strength again. And with your vote, we won't just make America strong again. We will make America stronger than it's ever been. May God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless the United States of America.
And there we are, coming back into studio, where we're going to go to NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin, for an update. Dave?
Thank you, Steve. As I mentioned earlier, there's a number of headline speakers coming up. We've already taken a quick look at a few of them. Let's take a quick look at a few more, starting with Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina. She's been a Congresswoman since 2020, graduated magna cum laude from the Citadel. Now let's look at Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida. He's been a congressman since 2016, largely credited with the ouster of former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. That was last fall. And finally, Newt Gingrich, former House Speaker back during President Clinton's second term mainly, ran for president in 2012. So those are 3 coming up. We'll have a quick look at a few more as the night progresses. For now, let's head back to the desk.
NTD's Dave Martin will be checking back in with you throughout the evening. But first, we're going to go back to the RNC, where NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao is back on the RNC floor with another update. Iris, what can you tell us?
Good evening to you all. So standing right next to me is former Congressman of Pennsylvania, Fred Keller. And here with us tonight, of course, the theme here at RNC Day 3 will be foreign policy and security and strength. So what's the top foreign policy issues on your mind facing America right now?
Well, I think it's a matter of making sure that the world knows that America is a strong nation, and we're going to stand, as we always have throughout the history of our great republic, for good around the globe. We're going to protect America here at home, and we're going to protect our allies from our adversaries around the globe to make sure people can really have the freedom that is given to us by our Creator.
And of course now there's wars going on around the world. What is the most single important threat facing the U.S. that I think the country needs to address?
Well, I think it's the fact that, the unrest that's being created by Russia and China, and we need to make sure that we stand strong and make sure that our allies know that America is back, America is strong, and it really comes down a lot to our energy policy. We need to start developing energy here at home and using what we were doing when President Trump was in office. So we stopped funding our adversaries by buying oil from Venezuela and Iran and other places. Shut down the oil business that's coming out of Russia and Iran and those countries that are using that money for terrorism.
And lastly, of course, we know that former President Trump just tapped J.D. Vance as his VP pick. What do you think Senator Vance can bring to the foreign policy front on a Republican ticket?
Well, I think he brings a lot of things to the ticket, but just the fact that he's there to support President Trump and the policies that will put America first. And Vice President, soon-to-be Vice President Vance, will also make sure that the American people know that they can realize the American dream. It's happened in his lifetime.
Thank you so much, former Congressman. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
So I
Wrapping
took
an
my
interview, we're
first
going to go in and
job
listen to the South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Some of you may know as the Waffle House. Denny's was a little too highbrow. While Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. A college campus where we don't burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom and a rape survivor. To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education. And today I represent a district that includes Parris Island, where we make Marines. What we're witnessing today is proof that strength preserves peace and weakness invites war. We can never project strength around the world when weakness stands in the White House. Nations like China see weakness as opportunity. China's fentanyl invades our borders. Their arms supply Putin's regime. China supports enemy states like Iran. They oppress their own people, especially their women. The world is watching America, and we must show them what we're made of. And I know a strong leader when I see one. Donald Trump stood up to China before, and he will do it again. Anyone who thinks they can take on Donald Trump or take down America is now on notice. Just as Trump quickly rose to his feet with a defiant fist in the air in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, when we re-elect him as president in November, America will soon be back on hers. We will be courageous, we will be resilient, we will be united, and we will be prepared to take on the challenges of this historic moment. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Ronnie Jackson of Texas.
And there you have Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina. And we're going to take a quick commercial break and bring you guys right back into the RNC.
We've been spending a lot more time than ever at home these days. So maybe now you've just noticed cold air coming in from a couple windows, or that your patio door isn't closing fully, which means you're losing heat in the winter, losing cooling in the summer, losing money all year long. And that means now is the time for new windows and patio doors from Renewal by Andersen. Most installations are usually done in just one day. Renewal by Andersen windows and doors can help lower your heating bills and air conditioning bills with their most energy efficient glass available. Only their windows are made with Fibrex material, proven to be 2 times stronger than vinyl, and they're backed by a 20-year warranty. And right now, when you buy one window or patio door, get one at 40% off. Plus, there's no money down, no payments for 12 months, and no interest for 12 months. Plus, an additional $200 off your entire purchase.
1-800-968-1443.
New to Medicare? Recently moved or losing coverage? Then let us help break it down for you. First up, we have Medicare Part A. Consider your hospital insurance as your safety net, covering inpatient hospital stays, skilled nursing facilities, hospice care, and some home health care. It's the help for your peace of mind, ensuring that you get the care you may need when you need it. And now let's talk about Medicare Part B, your medical insurance. This is your key to most preventative services, outpatient care and doctor visits, from flu shots to screenings. Part B, at the forefront of proactive health care. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan, the plan may provide all of your Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B coverage, and it is designed with you in mind, providing a wide array of coverage options for personalized care. Review your Medicare coverage options, ensuring it aligns with your evolving healthcare needs, from flu shots to screenings. Call 800-939-1759. That's 800-939-1759.
Shen Yun Creations, the streaming platform from Shen Yun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
The Kindness is Cool Video Awards are back for their second year. Record and nominate acts of kindness, both big and small, from individuals, families, and communities. Submit your videos on ganjingworld.com with the hashtag KindnessIsCool. Win a $10,000 grand prize and be featured on a New York Times Square billboard. Visit ganjingworld.com and start sharing today. Kindness is cool.
Welcome back to The Nation Decides on NTD. Nation Decides 2024. We're going to tune back into the RNC, where Texas Congressman and former White House doctor Ronnie Jackson is speaking. But first, before we go to him, Jack Bradley is on Media Row. We're going to see what Jack has to say. Jack?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, earlier I spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee about foreign policy, which is the subject of here. But she was speaking at a primetime spot earlier on Monday. We heard from her. And today I spoke with her specifically about the threat of China. Take a look.
It's fine.
Senator Marsha Blackburn, thank you very much for joining us here today.
I'm delighted to join you. Thank you.
Today's topic at the RNC is foreign policy.
Yes.
Senator J.D. Vance has talked about how the Chinese regime is America's #1 adversary.
Correct.
And what is the Chinese regime doing to get that title?
Well, what we should be looking at is their goal. You know, they call it their 100-year marathon, and they plan to be globally dominant by the time you get to 2050. You can look at how they've moved into South America, how they've moved into Central America. You look at what they've done off the Horn of Africa. They're in Djibouti, and the port that they have built. And then they've put a naval base with that port. Do we think they are doing this for commerce? Do we think it's just a part of the Belt and Road Initiative? No. This is about global domination. And you look at the axis of evil, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, and you know that their intent is to take down the U.S.
Yeah, so like we heard from Senator Marsha Blackburn, some strong comments on the Chinese regime there. We have a lot more to look forward to here at the RNC, so I'll toss it right back to you, Steve.
NTD's Jack Bradley. We're going to go into former DNI, acting DNI under the Trump administration, Ric Grenell. Listen to what he has to say.
We all know the contrast to Joe Biden could not have been greater. Tonight I want to talk to you about why President Trump's strength and grace, which now even his opponents struggle to deny, have consequences beyond American borders. From 2001 to 2008, I served as America's spokesman at the United Nations. Back then, Republicans believed America's duty was to spread democracy by military force. We were misled about weapons of mass destruction. We intervened in other countries' affairs and signed treaties that only benefited other nations. We spent too many years ignoring America's priorities. That's what happened when Washington stopped being the capital of the United States and started being the capital of the world. There was only one man with the strength to call out the lies and failures of both Democrats and Republicans: Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care if you're gay or straight, black, brown, or white, or what gender you are. He knows that we are all Americans and that it's time to put America first. After 16 years of wars and chaos, the world looked different when President Trump was in the White House. Russia invaded Ukraine under both Obama and Biden, but Putin did not dare escalate under President Trump. Under Trump, China was challenged. Under Trump, the Balkans were more peaceful. Under Trump, the Middle East signed historic peace deals. Under Trump, Iran was broke. Under President Trump, we put American interests first. There were no new wars. Old wars ended, and America had the greatest economy in the world. But after 4 years of Joe Biden, wars are back, the Taliban is back, and members of ISIS have slipped through America's broken southern border. Russia is sailing warships off the coast of Florida. China is bullying its neighbors. Iran is waging a war in Israel and Gaza with help from Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's radical supporters have overtaken our universities, burning American flags, cheering for terrorists, and calling for violent revolution. The reason the world is on fire is because President Biden is weak in more ways than one. But Donald Trump's opponents here and abroad now see clearly his incredible courage and resilience. They stand in fear and awe at the thought of his return. By voting for President Trump, you are casting a vote for the strength and grace that will bring peace and prosperity back to you, your family, America, and the world. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida.
And we're going to tune back into the RNC where you have the Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Donald Trump is unstoppable. Elect him president again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program more often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were 2 genders. Under Biden-Harris, inflation has gotten so bad you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value. Oh, the swamp draining will recommence soon, and I will be President Trump's strongest ally in Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. I am proud to stand before you, the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held. A Democrat congressman recently said that any criticism of Joe Biden is ableist. I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president be able to do the job. Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan. President Trump has shown the world what he is made of, and now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back. And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate? JD looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, but he's from Ohio, like General Grant. And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight. So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country, and we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. Let's go get him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And that was Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz there with a fiery speech. But now let's bring it back in studio and to the Great Wall with NTD's Dave Martin, who has an update on who else we can expect tonight. Dave?
Thank you, Tiff. Well, let's take a quick look at a rough schedule of headline speakers coming up. Now, we just had Congressman Matt Gaetz. Soon after, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich will be talking, and former Trump advisor Peter Navarro, and then after him, we will have Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz of Texas, followed by current Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Now, there also we have some everyday Americans who will be sharing their experiences. They'll also mix in some videos and music, I'm sure, as well. And we'll continue to update this schedule as the night progresses. For now, let's head back to you guys at the desk.
Sometimes, Tiff, those everyday Americans are the better speeches, better than the members of Congress. And
we did get that bipartisan consensus last night with that one woman.
Yeah, definitely. She brought down the House last night, and that's really the only speech that I came away strongly remembering from that night last night.
And let's actually go back to the RNC, where we have Calista Gingrich, former ambassador to the Holy See, speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Have threatened people of faith. However, we have reason to hope. In our lifetime, no president has done more to advance and defend religious freedom than President Donald Trump. During his term, President Trump defended the rights of doctors, nurses, and teachers to act in accordance with their conscience. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices committed to protecting our God-given right to worship. He expanded school choice and defended the First Amendment freedom of every student to practice their faith in public schools. As president, Donald Trump signed an executive order that defined international religious freedom as a moral and national security imperative. And he was the first and only president to convene a meeting at the United Nations dedicated to ending religious persecution and defending religious liberty around the world. Tragically, many of President Trump's policies have been replaced by the Biden administration's anti-faith agenda that uses the power of the government to impose its far-left ideology on religious believers. Biden's FBI has even stated that practicing Catholics present an elevated risk of domestic terrorism simply because of their faith. Unlike President Biden, President Trump has a proven track record for promoting and protecting religious freedom at home and abroad. Our choice is clear. We need strong leadership, bold action, and unwavering commitment to preserve our God-given rights. I am confident that President Trump will continue to fight for our founding principles and beliefs when he becomes the 47th President of the United States. Thank you.
Please welcome Newt Gingrich.
Thank you very much. That's a very warm welcome. You know, President Trump understands that the world is dangerous and that it takes an enormous effort to defeat anti-American and anti-freedom forces around the world. He also understands that when faced with multiple adversaries across the globe, the Reagan principle of peace through strength is the only road for safety for the America and the American people. The contrast between President Trump's realistic policy of resolute strength in a dangerous world and President Biden's policies of appeasement, weakness, and self-delusion may be the biggest difference between the Make America Great Again movement and the Make America Weak ideology of the left. We have to remember that the greatest threat to American safety is not Biden's brain. The greatest threat is Biden's policies and the people he appoints to implement them. He is working towards appeasement when the world today is incredibly dangerous. A growing coalition of dictatorships is actively trying to undermine American power and conquer America's allies. A religious dictatorship in Iran, which chants death to America, is on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Russia's dictator has unleashed the deadliest European war since World War II. Communist China continues to develop its military power while actively seeking to undermine America through espionage, fentanyl, and the infiltration of our companies and our universities. Faced with these clear and present dangers, President Biden has adopted failed policy after failed policy. Where President Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the Afghanistan war with no American killed in nearly 2 years. Biden ordered a chaotic, panic-filled withdrawal that left 13 American troops and hundreds of Afghans dead. Where President Trump insisted on keeping Burgum Air Base, which is located within 1 hour of the Chinese nuclear facilities, President Biden gave it to the Taliban, who are now allied with Communist China. Where President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords and was moving the Middle East toward peace and cooperation, President Biden's weakness and confusion led to a terrible Hamas assault, killing more than 1,200 innocent people in Israel. Under Trump, we achieved peace through strength. Under Biden, we have war, suffering, death, and a world teetering on the edge of World War III. Like Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Abraham Lincoln, President Trump understands that only a firm, courageous policy of strength will work in a dangerous world. The message for this November is clear. You can vote for weakness and war with Biden, or you can vote for strength and peace with President Trump. Let's dedicate ourselves to making America safe, strong, and proud again with President Trump. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Director of the United States Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, Peter Navarro.
So right now you can see former Trump senior advisor Peter Navarro, just fresh out of prison this morning, about to give a speech, getting a roaring ovation and applause. And he's just taking it all in there as the crowd appears to be very excited for the former senior advisor on trade and trade policy for former President Trump. Some attribute him to be the brains behind much of former President Trump's China policy, along with the former Ambassador Lighthizer. The two of them are very, very hawkish on China. largely behind the China tariffs, which the Biden administration, for the most part, has left in place, and other, very what most Trump supporters call America First vision on China. And we're about to hear him speak now.
This is a beautiful thing. I think you folks just want to know if you can see my MAGA tattoo I got there. Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison in Miami. Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice put me there. Tonight I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Milwaukee. I've got a very simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you. If we don't control our government, their government will control us. If we don't control all three branches of our government, legislative, executive, and judicial, their government will put some of us, like me and Steve Bannon, in prison and control the rest of us. Here's how it went. Here's how I got in prison. The legislative branch came for me first. Your favorite Democrat, Nancy Pelosi, created your favorite committee, the sham January 6th committee, which demanded that I violate executive privilege. What did I do? I refused. The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. Here's the thing about the Constitution. They demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused. And a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt. All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner. Him and Jack Smith indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice policy stated, hear me out on this, if Congress slaps a subpoena on a senior White House advisor like me, the advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand. That's exactly what I did. So far we got two branches, legislative and executive. The judicial branch delivered the final blow. Just as, here's another favorite of yours, just as Democrat Judge Juan Marchand, you know this guy? Did to Donald John Trump in his Manhattan kangaroo court, another Democrat judge, a guy named Ahmed Maida, keep your eye on this guy, Ahmed Maida, Obama appointee, they stripped me of every possible defense, and then what? Just like in Manhattan with Donald Trump, they threw me to the wolves of an anti-Trump jury, and where? The D.C. swamp. They convicted me, they jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. And they will never break Donald Trump. They will never break Donald Trump. All right, now here's the most important thing I'm going to tell you. You may be thinking this couldn't happen to you. Make no mistake, they're already coming for you. Joe and Kamala, they threw out the woke blue carpet across the Rio Grande, opened our borders to what? Murderers and rapists. When Donald Trump said it, thank you for saying that, when Donald Trump said murderers, rapists in 2016, they go, oh, racist, whatever. We read the papers. It's murderers and rapists. Murderers and rapists, drug cartels, human traffickers, terrorists, Chinese spies, and a whole army of illiterate illegal aliens stealing the jobs of black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. They put them right on your front doorstep. Now, here's another thing Joe Biden did. You got to love this. The green new scam. We're in the heart here in Milwaukee, around all this. This is where the auto industry, that new scam is destroying our industry, leaving us at the mercy of the battery factories in Shanghai and slave labor in the Congo. Biden inflation. You're going to hear a lot of this because it's so friggin' true. Biden inflation is coming after what's left of your savings and eating your wages. And the Democrats, here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as the Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to Catholics, pro-life activists, and parents who are just standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you were safe and our borders were secure. In Trump's America, you were more prosperous and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head. And in Trump's America, you didn't have to worry about being locked up for disagreeing with the government. I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call. All right, this is where I'm going to have fun now, because I'm going to leave you now with the last three words my beautiful fiance said when I left that morning for prison. They weren't, "I love you." That was a given. She simply said, "We got this. We got this." That's what bring my girl out now. That's what these lawfare jackals don't understand. When they put people like me in prison and fire figurative and now literal bullets at Donald Trump, they also assault our families. On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
All right, that was Peter Navarro right there talking about his own journey through prison and his entire story and what that does to one's family. But we are going to go back to the RNC where we have our White House correspondent Iris Tao there waiting with an interview. Who do you have with you, Iris?
Good evening to you all. So standing right next to me is Congressman Mark Kelly from Pennsylvania. And so first of all, Congressman, tell us what's your thoughts on Mr. Peter Navarro's speech just now?
You know what? I mean, this whole arena is just so electrified right now, right? So energized right now. I think the one thing we have to really be careful of, there's an old saying in sports, got to play it through the whistle. My saying is play it through the echo of the whistle, because this is not over till it is over and we get Donald Trump back in the White House. The level of excitement, though, the level of energy in this place right now is off the charts.
So like you said, after the attempted assassination last weekend when Trump survived, the morale is very high right now among Republicans. But what are the potential other factors in play in this election that you think voters should be paying attention to?
Well, I think and that's in my hometown where I used to play American Legion baseball, and so I watched what happened Saturday night about 50 feet away from the president when the assassination attempt took place. You've got to just excuse us, we're having, it's okay. I know. So anyways, it's where we are, I guess. Anyways, look, what happened Saturday night in Butler, Pennsylvania will forever be on that list when people talk about Butler, Pennsylvania, but this is the place where President Trump, the attempted assassination took place. You could not find a better community, a rural community, people who love President Trump and were waiting to see him and to have that happen. I think what that does, everybody understands now, look, they've tried everything they can do since this man came down that escalator. He came from the top floor down into the swamp. Everything he's tried to do since then, they've tried to block him every way they could. They've impeached him twice. They have unbelievable amount of law against him. So I think you look at him now, he has this staying power that is pretty much indicative of what we think Americans need to have. That resolution that we're never going to quit, we're never going to give up, and we're never going to quit on making America great again.
And tonight the theme is foreign policy and making America strong again. You were talking about strength. What do you think America should do now to project more strength on the world stage?
Well, I think one thing we better do, we have to make sure that our friends and our allies understand that we're going to be back at full strength again, and we're not going to be leaving countries and leaving equipment there and leaving our citizens there and just pulling out and leaving them hanging there by themselves. That's not who we are. We stay it until it's over. And I just think what happened the last 3 years has made people wonder, not just in America, but around the world, how strong is America? Is this the America we've always known and loved? The First World War, the Second World War, the Korean conflict, Vietnam. We always have been there. For any time anybody else is in trouble, we're the first responders, no matter what happens.
Congressman Mark Kelly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So right now we're back in the floor where speeches are continuing. Just now we have Congressman Nancy Mace walking past to us. It's a very crowded floor, as you can tell from our background. So we're going to keep bringing you more updates throughout the night. Back to you.
All right, NTD's Iris Tao, our White House correspondent, on the floor there at the RNC. Very lively, it sounds like, but we will.
She's small too.
She's making her way through that very feisty crowd, but we will have a lot more for you in just a few moments, so stay with us.
Tangazo hili linahusu njaa. Tarajia kuona watoto wakiwa na njaa katika maeneo haya. Mambo yalikuwa bora kwa miaka mingi. Tuliweza kupigana na njaa na watoto wachache walikufa. Lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika na kwa mabaya zaidi. Hii ni kwa sababu wakati huu ukame umeangamiza zaidi.
Через війни та конфлікти ми мусимо залишати наші домівки і всі наші речі. Ми навіть не маємо їжі. Тому нам потрібна ваша допомога.
millions of children are fighting to survive due to inequality, conflict, poverty, and the climate crisis. Save the Children is working alongside communities to provide a better life for children, and there's a way you can help. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. We urgently need 1,000 new monthly donors in the next 30 days to help the children we support around the world. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection, plus so much more that a child needs, by calling right now and giving just $10 a month.
Ви можете допомогти голодуючим родинам вижити.
All we need are 1,000 monthly donors in the next 30 days. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
Тотокоти дунyaні потребують вашої допомоги.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Please call or go online to hungerstopsnow.org to help save lives today.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem-solution, one-product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium MyPillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
All right, and welcome back. Let's go in studio now with our guests, Bart McCoys and Robin Biro. We just heard a slew of speeches right there. Peter Navarro just came out of prison this morning. He was saying that, I went to jail, so you don't have to, kind of really telling his story and how it impacted his loved ones. But Bart, what was your main takeaways from the speeches we just heard? We also heard from Newt Gingrich. What was your main takeaways and any final thoughts for what we just heard?
Well, they all talked about the same, they used the same word over and over, strength, 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 strength. And it demonstrates that what really makes peace is to be strong. If America is strong, the world is safe. And that's how it has been for 70, 80 years, and even going back before World War II, but certainly since World War II. When America is strong, the world is at peace. And, we talk about how President Trump is, he projects strength. Let me tell you a little story about how he does that. There's an old joke about a mom who brings her boy to school for the first time and tells the teacher, little Tommy's very sensitive. If he does something wrong, don't punish him. Slap the boy next to him and Tommy will get the message. And everybody, the world operates like that. When somebody gets treated well, people notice. When they get treated badly, people notice. President Trump did something twice, once with Kim Jong-un and once with the leaders of the Taliban. I'll talk about the Taliban one, but he did the same thing with Kim Jong-un. When he was negotiating the American troop withdrawal, he told them, he said, if you touch one hair on the head of one American military person, he said, I will destroy you. And this was the last thing he said. It was at the end of the meeting, and he pulled out of his pocket a picture of the home of the leader of the Taliban, taken through satellite image with a bomb sight on it, crosshairs on it, and he laid it down and walked out of the room. Mic drop moment. And he got the message. Kim Jong-un had gotten the message a couple of years earlier. Same message. I will come after you if you come after anybody in America. That spreads like wildfire among people. They don't keep that story to themselves. That's too good to keep to themselves. And everybody got that message. And that's why we didn't have wars. That's why Putin didn't invade. That's why the terrorists around the world kept still. That and the fact that he starved Iran of money.
Quite a powerful story indeed right there. And Robin, what were your takeaways? We did just hear from a bunch of speakers, Peter Navarro, Newt Gingrich, Rep. Gaetz.
Yes, they are all very well spoken, and I fully expect my party to have a field day with some of what they said. We are going to hear the Democratic Party say the party of law and order has trotted out someone fresh out of prison the same day, and we're going to hear them say that the party of law and order has a candidate who has been convicted of 34 felonies. Got it. But what I need for my party to talk about is the fact that Donald Trump has yet to really talk about his plan for ending the war in Ukraine. We've heard him say that he plans on doing that within 24 hours of getting elected, re-elected, if you will. But we don't have much of a plan for that, and my party has got to seize on that. They would be stupid not to, because it would be too easy for the Democratic Party, my party, to say, just like his healthcare plan that was always 2 weeks away, this plan for the withdrawing in Ukraine, it will always be 2 weeks away and will never come to fruition. We need to actually hear solid plans from former President Trump, and it can't just be ceding more territory to Russia. It can't be ceding 22.5% of Ukraine's territory. It can't be giving up their access to the Black Sea. These things would be political suicide for Ukraine and for us, frankly, speaking as a veteran who knows the geopolitics of that region. So, there's a lot, they give us a lot of material tonight as Democrats. I'll leave it at that.
Well, Robin Byro and Bart Marcois, thank you both so much for being with here tonight. And we will be back with more of the RNC, the third night of the RNC, in just a few moments, so stay with us.
Great stuff, guys.
Yeah, that was good.
What? water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. All for just 3 easy payments of $43. Call or click right now.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
Lord Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid, as we know that we are going to be coming to your kingdom.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle-bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me. When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Welcome back to NTD's coverage of The Nation Decides 2024, where we're at day 3 of the RNC National Convention in Wisconsin. Right now, we're taking a look at the actual feed, the live feed there, where you have a rancher, an everyday American, not an elected official, where you're seeing a mix of all different perspectives, from former Trump administration officials to current and active members of Congress and other political heavyweights, and also everyday Americans. And from yesterday, by many accounts, the everyday Americans, there was a woman who lost her son to an illegal immigrant, and she got the most praise. So maybe well, looks like he's just finished up, so we're not going to have a chance to listen to the rancher there. But with that said, we'll bring it back in studio, where we have NTD's legal correspondent, Arlene Richards, and NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin. It's great to have you both in studio here. Dave, what are you seeing tonight in terms of the numbers? Who do we have coming in? Who are you looking for? Who do you think are going to be some of the bigger names that we have left on the schedule?
Well, we've got some Trump family members. I mean, we've got Donald Trump Jr. We've got his fiancee, Kimberly Guilfoyle. We've also got Donald Trump's daughter, Kai Trump, 16-year-old. She's going to speak as well. You could almost say that family is a bit of a theme tonight, because they also have J.D. Vance and his wife are still both to come. So there's still a lot of major speakers, and there's even some. The mayor of East Palestine, Ohio, is also scheduled to speak there. That could be an interesting story as well.
Yeah, it is fascinating. Speaking of speakers, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is at the podium right now. We're going to tune into his speech.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Come on, let's go. As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard. They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is one illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back. It is time. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
And there you have the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, talking about border policy in his border state. NTD's Dave Martin is with us at the table here. Dave, what can you tell us about what's coming up tonight?
Yeah, let's take a quick look right here on the big board at the rough schedule of headline speakers. Now, we just had, obviously, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Soon after, we should have Mayor Trent Conaway of East Palestine, Ohio, as I was talking about earlier. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, then Kellyanne Conway, former Trump campaign manager, and finally Congresswoman Paulina Luna. And as I mentioned, they are also mixing in some stories from some everyday Americans who are sharing their experiences, as well as some music and video. Now, as I was talking earlier about Mayor Trent Conaway from East Palestine, obviously that story was like, what, a year and a half ago. He had that horrific train derailment. It's kind of been dropped from the news, although you get the strong feeling it hasn't kind of dropped out of their hearts yet. I mean, and I don't think it's any coincidence, of course, that J.D. Vance is from Ohio as well. I'm sure they want to concentrate on what's gone on there and what still needs to happen for that cleanup there in East Palestine.
Yeah, Dave, that certainly was an issue that hasn't left that area. That was right on the border of Pennsylvania. There was a lot of discussion as to whether or not President Biden should have visited earlier. I think it was Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg that did visit shortly afterward. But it took President Biden close to a year to go out there, so that could still be fresh on people's minds, especially in those two key states of Pennsylvania and Ohio. Right now, we're going to go to the RNC floor, where we have NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao standing by. Iris, what can you tell us?
Good evening to you. Also, right now we are continuing to hear more speeches. And of course, we're waiting for Senator J.D. Vance to give his speech accepting the nomination at the very end of tonight's convention. And just now I talked to Congresswoman Nancy Mace about her take on J.D. Vance as a candidate and also what he'll bring to the foreign policy platform of the Republican ticket. So first of all, of course, tonight we're waiting for the big speech from Senator J.D. Vance.
Yes.
What do you expect him to talk about and what you're looking for?
Well, I haven't read his speech yet. We'll hear it tonight. I hope he talks about his story, because only in America is his story even possible. To grow up poor in Appalachia, to make it as a former Marine, and then to make it to Yale, then to be successful in business. I think he really appeals to the Rust Belt, to Middle America, to independent voters, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. That's where it's at.
And tonight's theme is foreign policy. You've been pretty outspoken about threats facing the U.S. What are the most important issues right now on the world stage that you think the United States should confront?
Well, I talked about China's aggression. Donald Trump has stood up to China. He'll stand up to China again when we re-elect him president in November.
Do you think Senator J.D. Vance will bring more to that cause?
Well, he agrees with Donald Trump on foreign policy, and that's very strong for the country, because when there's strength, there's peace, and that's what Donald Trump brings to the table, because our enemies fear him.
We do expect Senator J.D. Vance to talk about his personal story, including coming from a rather, poverty, being raised in poverty, and also having a rather humble childhood and upbringing, but also how he came to who he is today, and that's his really personal story that strikes with a lot of Americans, and that's exactly actually what the opposite side, for example, President Biden's been talking about, how he's coming from Scranton, Pennsylvania. So those topics will be centered during the 2024 election, and that's going to be the key part of Vance's speech tonight as well. Back to you.
NTD's Iris Tao reporting live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the RNC convention. Thank you, Iris. We'll be checking back in with Iris throughout the evening. Bringing it back to our discussion here, NTD's Dave Martin, Arlene Richards. Arlene, back to Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. A lot of talk, basically his whole talk about border issues. There seems to be a really big schism as to how the Democrats and Republicans want to tackle the border. President Biden recently signing or enacting an executive order to curb illegal crossings. Talk to us about the schism that we're seeing.
Well, first of all, I want to say that Governor Greg Abbott, of course, has been fighting with the Biden administration for quite some time now, and he did call the National Guard there to the border at one point. And just something I found out today, Tuesday he announced that more than 100 of Texas police officers, including 27 from Austin, were deployed to Milwaukee to help with the GOP convention security, and he also has offered to do this for the DNC convention. So, I mean, he's really, serious about security and safety and strength. So I did find out that Biden and Trump, of course, as you know, have different viewpoints on how to handle the border. Trump wants to rebuild the wall. He wants to return the children back to their home countries through Title 42. And he wants to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy that he initiated. Biden himself, he has signed a recent executive order that's supposed to be more strict on the border, but he's also doing things that are more lenient for some migrants. For example, he signed 2 new immigration programs. One of them is going to permit 500,000 spouses of U.S. citizens and from deportation. It's going to help them not get deported. And then the other one is that he's going to make it easier for migrants to get work visas. So, he's kind of on the one hand, he wants to strengthen the border now, and on the other hand, he still wants to help migrants to have opportunities to come into the U.S.
Now, Dave, you obviously dig into the numbers. You look at a lot of polling. We were looking at some of the swing states earlier, where Nevada, I believe it was, you said the key issue there, where Trump has taken a pretty big lead, I think it was 5 points there, which was surprising, was the economy. Where are you seeing the border? Because we hear this term, every state is a border state. Is the border top of mind in some of these swing states?
Yeah, certainly for Arizona. Now, Arizona, of course, this is what Biden won in 2020. And Arizona, though, it looks like Trump has got a 5 to 6.5 point lead. You know, I was just actually talking to Tiff about the difference between the two-way polls and the five-way that include also the three independents, Kennedy, West, and Stein, and some of the differences in there. Because I'm interested to see, you know, what presidential candidate are they taking votes away from, you know? And actually, if you look at the five-way, Trump has, of those 7 states, Trump has a bigger lead in 4 of them: Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina. He's got the same lead, actually, in Nevada. So I was actually very curious to see why he actually has less of a lead than actually in Pennsylvania and Michigan. It's an interesting thing to follow. Of course, these polling averages, I mean, they actually start, this is from the Real Clear polling averages, it starts roughly 6 weeks ago. So you have like approximately 3 or 4 weeks before the debate, which most, of course, thought Biden really did very poorly in, and a couple weeks since then, but we only had a couple of days since the recent events with Trump's, with the attempted assassination and the legal problem going away on Monday. So it'd be interesting really to see where these numbers continue to go with these two, you would think, positive events for Trump, with the debate and of course with the events of the last few days. So I'm really interested to see where these numbers continue to go as the month goes on.
Certainly some brain teasers and rabbit holes mixed into all these numbers, I'm sure. Right now we're going to tune into the mayor of East Palestine, where that chemical spill took place, Mayor Trent Conaway.
Our first responders didn't hesitate. They raced to the scene, they battled the flames, and evacuated our citizens. And for that, I want to thank every one of them tonight. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's federal response was much different. It consisted almost entirely of meetings and press events. They talked and talked, but they delivered little help. Then there was the clear difference between former President Trump and President Biden. For the longest time, the White House was silent, and we never heard a word from Vice President Harris. I guess we weren't their type of folks. No Hollywood elites or Wall Street billionaires live in East Palestine, just hardworking Americans. But Donald Trump cared. First, he called to ask permission to visit, not wanting to intrude, and then he asked how he could help. When he arrived with fresh pallets of drinking water, he met with everyone, from first responders to local officials and residents. He toured the derailment site. He listened to us, and he shared a meal with volunteers at a local McDonald's. His presence was genuine. His concern was real. After a year of criticism, President Biden finally did show up. His appearance was brief, forced, and scripted. He met with a select few and then left. We needed so much, and he delivered so little. I know a thing or two about train wrecks now, and let me tell you, that's what the Biden administration has been. Before President Biden derails our entire nation, we need to act. We need a leader who values small-town communities as much as big cities. We need a president who loves all Americans. We need Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Hello, Milwaukee. And hello, North Dakota. Feels good to be here. The last time I was in Milwaukee, in this building, standing behind a podium was for the debate, and I stood on one leg for 2 hours. You guys might remember I blew my Achilles the day before. But to kick things off, I have a question for you, and I need your help answering so nice and so loud that everyone at home can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant? Well, that's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has raised the price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine no electricity for your fridge, your lights, or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you, and importantly, that we have the power as the United States to beat China in the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick. Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry. Yes, President Trump will make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former counselor to President Donald J. Trump, Kellyanne Conway.
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago, Donald Trump shocked the system and defied the doubters to become the 45th president of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House. And as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children. At the time, ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy. making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, so that was Kellyanne Conway, former counselor to former President Trump, just speaking right now. And let's bring it back in studio here where we have Dave over at the big wall with some other big names we can expect tonight. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of headline speakers coming up. We've already taken a quick look at a few of them. Let's take a quick look at a few more here, starting with Congresswoman Paulina Luna, Florida's first Mexican-American congresswoman. Before that, she served in the Air Force for 6 years. She's a member of the House Freedom Caucus. Let's also take a look at the next one here. Kimberly Guilfoyle, fiancée of Donald Trump Jr., former advisor to Trump's re-election campaign staff in 2020. And then finally, J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, as I just said, daughter of Indian immigrants and an attorney. I'm going to attempt to walk back to my chair here, but I wanted to mention to you guys, I actually think that Usha Vance might be one of the most anticipated speakers tonight, somewhat based on the book that her husband wrote, J.D. Vance, Hillbilly Elegy, that was then made into a movie, and she's one of the characters in the movie. I think she could actually be one of the most anticipated speakers in what's been a star-studded night, really. You know, last night it seemed like we had a lot of politicians. It was very star-studded, more towards politicians. Tonight, you could almost say it's more toward family, and I think she could be, and she's going to be, I think, next to last. So this could be a very anticipated speaker, I would say.
You mentioned some big names right there. We also heard from Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota, who was also on the short list to be potentially vice president to former President Trump. Now, Arlene, with all the different topics, we heard from Doug Burgum speaking a lot about energy. But what were your main takeaways from all the ones we just heard?
Well, Doug Burgum, of course, he had an interview recently, and he said the reason why he ran for president was because President Biden was threatening the big industries in his state, North Dakota, and they are national defense, which he says there are 2 major Air Force bases there. There's huge agriculture, huge energy, and huge electricity production, and he feels like the Biden administration is assaulting them with their rules and regulations. So that's something I didn't know before, but which I thought was very interesting. We talk about East Palestine and the mayor there. Just to note that Trump visited East Palestine within weeks of the train derailment, whereas Biden didn't visit for about a year. And as we heard him say, you know, he was very upset by that, and he felt that President Biden really didn't help them at all. He came, he said it was just a quick visit, and it was scripted, you know, and he felt that President Trump really, truly wanted to help them, and this really helped President Trump appeal to the working class after that. And then Kellyanne Conway, you know, she was also his 2016 campaign advisor. I don't know if anybody remembers that. And she says that she thinks the Republican Senate candidates in the swing states need to step up their game. They need to sharpen their campaigns because she feels as though they are not really showing the right energy and enthusiasm they need to carry this through. And she says that Trump really can't carry the weight for all of them. So, you know, I thought that was what I had learned a lot about these people before they came on, and also tonight kind of was confirmed that.
A wonderful summary right there from Arlene. And let's go back to the RNC, where on screen right now, Congresswoman Paulina Luna from Florida is speaking. Let's tune in.
We do this when we join the Air Force. But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world or by involving ourselves in every foreign conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect. A respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard. They have misused our resources in foreign wars contrary to our national interests, and they have eroded the lethality and fighting culture of our armed forces. The leadership that we need, that respects our military and understands the true cost of war, is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will fight for the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way and the pain of losing friends in combat. President Trump knows what it means to put your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America needs strong leadership. President Trump will provide it. Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on November 5th. It's time to unite America. Thank you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States. Let's get him in.
It was Christmas Day. We boarded Air Force One in complete.
That was Congresswoman Paulina Luna from the state of Florida. I think she's also an Air Force combat veteran. Seems like there's a big military theme today, which makes sense. It's all about making America strong again, a lot of focus on foreign policy. But a part of that is also the energy element that we were talking to. We hear a lot of people talking about energy security is national security. It seems like that's also been a big theme tonight, with a lot of the speakers highlighting how energy feeds into every aspect of our lives. If you have blackouts, you know, right now it's really hot, you don't have AC, your refrigerators, all these different things. And then that starts impacting all these communities. So we've been hearing a big theme about that as well. And another huge theme that we've been hearing is about strength, right? We had Bart Marcois, former diplomat, speaking earlier about when all these speakers talk about there weren't foreign wars under former President Trump, there was a reason for that. And he was giving this story about how you portray that strength on the international stage to certain countries who only understand in terms of strength. And they had this wonderful story of going after the Taliban to make sure that, you know, if you harm any one of the hairs on one of the US soldiers, Trump was like, I will come after you. And he left a picture on the Taliban leader's desk that had his house, the Taliban leader, in a satellite image with a, you know, the crosshairs on it. And because of that, people took notice. Kim Jong-un took notice. All these different adversarial powers took notice. But let's go back to the RNC feed right now. We have Staff Sergeant David Bellavia. He's a retired Medal of Honor recipient. Let's listen in.
I tell them what I learned when I was in combat. Your sons and daughters will be loved. They'll be our family. And that bond, that commitment is for a lifetime. Their response? Well, it's changed in the last couple of years. Now they say, what about the 13 heroes we lost at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan? Now they say, what about the desperate civilians falling off the transport airplanes? Now they ask, what about the American citizens we left behind for the enemy? They say to me, under Biden-Harris, we don't believe you. They no longer see their sacrifice as worthwhile, that their service makes us all better off. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I'll tell you what, we're all going to answer that question in November. Here's something for you. Let's ask it the other way around. Let's ask, are our enemies better off than they were 4 years ago? Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, China, Russia. Well, Iran is richer, Russia is bigger, and China is stronger. And their unchecked aggression proves that the answer is a resounding yes. The Biden-Harris foreign policy undermines American security, and watching their administration lose the gains President Donald Trump made overseas not only destroys our morale, it empowers our enemies abroad. Under their watch, a record number of American embassies have been forced to evacuate, and military recruitment has plunged, and confidence in the armed forces has reached a 20-year low. Under President Donald Trump, our enemies will know that American power is as decisive as it is overwhelming. And if you provoke the United States of America, we will hurt you. And if you threaten citizens of the United States of America, we will hurt you for generations to come, so help me God. Donald Trump is a commander-in-chief that I am confident to tell parents is at the helm. Donald Trump loves America. He too has bled for the nation that he loves. May God bless America. May God bless our Gold Star families. Thank you for what you've given this country. And may God keep President Donald Trump safe and in his hands. May God make America strong. May God make America great again. Join me in voting for Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan war veteran, Scott Neal.
Thank you. Look at all these great Americans here. Well, good evening, my fellow Americans. My name is Scotty Neal, and I'm a proud United States Army Green Beret veteran. Thank you. And the most important part is I'm a proud veteran entrepreneur. Almost 23 years ago, Al-Qaeda declared war on America September 11th, 2001. Weeks later, Green Berets from the 5th Special Forces Group became the first Americans in uniform to deploy to Afghanistan, and I was one of them. Thank you. Deep in enemy territory, some of us rode on horses. Some of us went further behind the lines to track down the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans. Today they call us the horse soldiers. Thank you. For the next 17 years, we were on the forefront of this country in Iraq, in Africa. Again and again, we deployed for our fellow Americans. Some of us sacrificed our bodies. Some of us sacrificed our lives for the American people. And for me, America was worth it. Thank you. Thank you. Now, after leaving the military, I wanted to live the American dream I had been defending. And I wanted to start a business with my friends that I served with. Today, my company's known as American Freedom Distillery, and we make horse soldier bourbon. We are building our forever home in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. That's right, where true bourbon comes from, in a little small town called Somerset. Please come visit us. All of our ingredients are made here in the United States of America. We ensure we hire veterans. We want to prove that America remains the land of opportunity for those brave enough to reach out and grab it. But tragically, almost 3 years ago, my fellow veterans and I recoiled at the bloody anarchy of President Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. We saw weakness and chaos. We saw 13 of our brothers and sisters lose their lives. Most of us veterans who served got phone calls for those courageous Afghanistans that we fought with in the mountains, as they were pleading with us not to leave them behind. Throughout our careers, we never had regrets about our service. But this moral injury caused many of us to ask, why did we serve if this was the outcome? But despite this dark chapter, I know America is good. We're still the shiny city on the hill that everybody wants to come to. But we need a president with a record of making our country better and not worse. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Exactly. He encourages patriotic Americans to celebrate the country they love. He supports anyone brave enough to reach out for the American dream and to fight for it. And he's the only candidate in this race who embodies the American determination and decisiveness. Let's make America strong again. Let's vote for Donald Trump. Thank you. Dio presso liber. God bless America.
And that was former Green Beret there giving some powerful testimony about his personal experience of, being in the military and really highlighting, I guess what you could say, our previous Democrat guest, Robin Barrow. And before we get into that, we want to take you back to the RNC where you see former President Trump making his way in for the third day in a row, where he's not going to be speaking, but he's going to be taking in the remainder of the speeches from the box, surrounded by family and friends and surrogates. And as you can see, he still has the patch over his ear, where, if you don't recall, he was just shot on Saturday, just a few short days ago, about 4 or 5 days ago.
And as he was mentioning there, you see the former president going up the steps to that family box at the RNC venue. You see Florida Senator Marco Rubio behind him there, or you just saw him. He was speaking last night. There you have the former president greeting that massive crowd there at the RNC. They're all turning, waving at him. Very excited to see him. As we've been saying, if he had just not turned his head, we'd be having a very different conversation today. I think you're seeing that reflected in the people in that room, realizing how momentous of a occasion this is and how close we were to becoming a different country. We would just be in a different moment right now. We are expecting Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance to speak later tonight, as well as his wife, who was her parents were from India. So I'm sure, actually Dave was talking about that earlier, our NTD data analyst, that a lot of more eyes might be on her speech than J.D. Vance's speech. So that's something to look forward to there. And as you see on screen, there is former President Trump.
And he was flanked there by his son Don Jr., Governor of Virginia Glenn Youngkin, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, and Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. And he's just taking it all in. Sure, just happy to be alive. Sure, he has a different outlook on life, as we've said before. He seems to have a different air about him, at least over the past few days, with
Ladies and gentlemen,
encountering a near-death
Kimberly
experience.
Guilfoyle.
And right now, his son's fiance, his son Don Jr.'s fiance, Kimberly Guilfoyle, is taking the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride, where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
Gary. And there we have Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida, former Army veteran, giving a speech there. And we're back in, we're going to bring it back in studio for just a moment. And we have a new panel with us here, senior policy analyst at the Independent Woman's Voice, Carrie Sheffield, and founder and CEO of the U.S. Hispanic Council, Javier Palomares. Thank you both for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Kerry, let's get your thoughts on tonight's theme, which is sort of foreign policy. Where do you think the Republicans have the biggest ground to gain in the discussion on foreign policy?
Yeah, I mean, even just historically, foreign policy and defense has always been a core strength for Republicans. And so I think it's really building on that strength. And when you look at Joe Biden's poll numbers, Joe Biden is the least popular president since World War II. That's a really hard thing to do. And his poll numbers tanked. They really tanked if you watch the tracking. In August of 2021, that was the pullout of Afghanistan, the disastrous, heartbreaking pullout when we lost 13 U.S. Marines. We left behind some $80 billion in taxpayer equipment that could have been used, for example, in Ukraine or elsewhere. And it's never recovered. The opinion approval of Joe Biden has never recovered. And so that disaster in Afghanistan was signaled a position of weakness to Putin, who was emboldened, I believe. When you look at the history of foreign policy, there was an invasion of Putin in 2008 in Georgia with George W. Bush. He invaded in 2012 under Obama, Crimea. He did not invade under Donald Trump. And then he invaded the Ukraine in 2022. So the fact of the matter is Donald Trump has a history of strength, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
Javier, to Kerry's point, it does appear that the Afghanistan withdrawal is still very fresh from a lot of the speeches that we've heard tonight, especially for combat veterans that, put it all on the line, watch their friends and brothers die out there. Do you think that this ultimately has carried over 3 years later and will affect his?
Steve, I can't help but think that it has had an impact. Look, I lost. Sergeant Isaac Palomares in the line of duty in Afghanistan. I lost Rob Reeves from SEAL Team 6, also in Afghanistan. Our family, that's a difficult thing to overcome and to forgive. The fact of the matter is that as we stand right now, some 75% of Republicans approve of Donald Trump, but only 28% of Democrats approve of Joe Biden. So whatever that conglomeration of issues is, this is certainly one of those things that has weighed heavy on the minds of the American voter. And, our memories are long when it comes to things like that.
And it sounds like it certainly is still fresh for you, and we thank them for their service.
Absolutely.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And on that point, J.D. Vance was a Marine. He, quite early in his life, and we earlier had Robin Byro with us, a Democratic strategist. He was the regional campaign director for the Obama campaign, and he was saying, that's going to be a very hard thing for the Democrats to counter because they don't have that. So how do you see the Democratic Party maybe challenging that point that J.D. Vance was a Marine?
Well, no, I have to believe that there are plenty of Marines and brave women and courageous men in our military that are Democrat. But the fact of the matter is that this campaign has chosen to make them a central part of the campaign, and that speaks volumes to how much they honor and really respect, our brave women and men who are serving. I've got Antonio Palomares with the United States Marine Corps right now, and Pudge Palomares, as we call him, Pudgy, is also with the United States Marine as we speak. So I have to, even as a Democrat, I appreciate that they have made veterans and the whole notion of our men and women in the military a central part of this particular convention. That speaks volumes to me, even as a Democrat.
And Kerry, what do you make of that the Republican Party, especially at this convention, has made military, those who have served, such a central theme, and with J.D. Vance being a Marine?
Yeah, well, first I want to say just sorry for your loss, and thank you to your family who are serving. We're all in debt to them, so thank you to your family and for you for your sacrifices. I think that the fact of the matter is military recruitment's down and military morale is down. And I personally believe part of it is because the military, unfortunately, has become politicized. You see bringing in some of this Marxist ideology, dividing people by race and gender and sexual orientation, instead of the military is supposed to be a place where it's just the rank on your shoulder. That's the only thing that matters, not the color of your skin or your gender. And they're trying to do the exact opposite. And I have friends who have, a friend of mine, a mentor, his father, my friend's African American, his father's African American. He was in the military, when unfortunately there was Jim Crow and segregation, or history of that. But he said, once I put on the uniform, it didn't matter. It all went away because it was about what was on my shoulder. And so the rank, it should be a unifying thing. And unfortunately, it's become divisive. And I think that's part of why, at least I know a friend of mine, Amber Smith, wrote a whole book about this, about how we need to reclaim, and she's a military veteran, we need to reclaim the military, and she's a Republican, and I think that's the call here is to also rebuild the U.S. military, because we are seeing a depletion of our, for example, our naval forces. We don't have what we need, the capacity to stand up in the South China Sea to China, for example. So we've got to rebuild it, and that's what we're seeing from the Republicans here.
And Javier, what did you make of what Kerry just laid out, especially when it comes to those numbers being down, the Army, or these different, trying to recruit these young Americans, where you maybe do have this Marxism ideology seeping in, where it's not about the rank anymore? What did you make of that?
I have to tell you that I often kind of just draw back to my personal experiences and make determinations based off of that. I had a conversation not too long ago with my niece, Callie Palomares, who went to the Naval Academy, went to the Navy, and now is home, thank God, safe and sound. To hear her tell it, completely agrees with Kerry's, summation of this, that the military transcends politics. You're there to serve, and you don't have the time nor the inclination to politicize your service, because at any given point you could be standing right next to somebody who is politically, from an ideological standpoint, so drastically different from you, but their life, you depend on them for your safety, and they depend on you. And so it's really not about politics when you're in the military. To me, what I'm seeing here tonight, again, I hope that the Democrats will do the same. I'm seeing a real honoring and a real respect for the military. I'm hopeful that the American people will not allow the military to become politicized and hold it at where it needs to be. It transcends politics. It is the highest service that you can offer our nation, and it should be kept that way, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and I mean, the celebration of our military should be something that we see celebrated across party lines.
Absolutely.
We're going to leave this discussion here for a moment, take a quick commercial break, and be right back.
How do you feel about where America's at this point in time?
We need help.
Very, very divided.
Divided.
So divided. Scary.
Really bad. What gives you a sense of hope?
My family. Having passion.
What you see right here, the chessboard. I make connections with people from all over the world.
Faith in God. I really believe in God.
Yes, there is hope. Our only hope is in God.
There's a very important movie called The Firing Squad that you must see, coming out August 2nd.
There has never been a better time for the message of hope that shines through this movie.
We are all crying. It's beautiful.
Watch this movie.
The best out of all the Christian movies.
Never give up on God. Never give up on your faith, because hang in there. This too shall pass.
Together, we can save America. This might be our only hope.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And this chaos all around and threat from below. The walls surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked, because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic. So I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wright. We thank you for joining us and watching America's Hope here on NTD News. Bottom line is, I know you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, but let's give you some good news in the midst of the bad news. Watch us nightly, right here on NTD News, for a full dose of America's Hope.
Here on NTD Business, we break financial news and give market insights you won't find anywhere else. Don't miss a beat. Tune in on NTD News.
We're in the nation's capital asking the important questions so that you're in the know. Join us daily, Monday through Friday, on the Capitol Report on NTD News.
Want to know what's really happening around the world? Join us for a deep dive discussion with our expert panel on International Reporters Roundtable.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides, Night 3 of the RNC. Here with us at the desk is Carrie Sheffield, Senior Policy Analyst at Independent Women's Voice, and Javier Palomares, Founder and CEO of U.S. Hispanic Business Council. Thank you both so much for joining us. Now, this is Night 3. Today's theme is Make America Strong Again, a big focus on foreign policy. But we've seen throughout, even tonight and the other two nights, that a lot of the speeches are quite uniting. There's a focus on faith, compassion. We've heard from a lot of former Democrats that were, speaking here throughout the nights. Given all of those different themes, how do you see potentially America going forward from here, where it does seem there are a lot more issues that unite us than divide us? How would you view that? Javier, let's begin with you.
Well, let me just say again that I'm delighted to see this notion of unity and everybody coming together. I personally think we're long overdue in terms of talking about our country coming together, certainly our elected officials putting aside the drama, the political divisiveness, and really talking about the issues and the policies that matter to the American people. This is fantastic. I hope that the Democrats will follow suit and they will stay on this notion of, bringing us together as a nation. The vast majority of Americans believe exactly the same thing. We're mostly down the middle, some a little bit right on some issues and some a little bit left on some issues. For too long, the proverbial tail has been wagging the dog on both sides of this. And it's time now for us to come together, find the common, issues and the common places where we can work together to move the entire nation forward.
And to your point, right now on screen, we are seeing Gold Star families. That's another uniting issue, as we were just discussing before the break, where, it's not the color of your skin, your race, your gender. You're united by what this country represents. And many people think that is worth fighting for, as we're hearing from a lot of these speakers and families tonight. But going to you, Carrie, we were hearing yesterday from Carrie Lake. She had a lot of strong words for the media and the culpability there, saying that, the media wants to paint us as 50-50, but actually most of America agrees to Javier's point, and that maybe the media is dividing us more, or social media especially. We're seeing, the shorter the tweet or the shorter the video, it seems the most divisive is what gets the clicks. So how do we go from that, where especially those under 30, most of them get their news from something like TikTok, that's a short form video. How do we get back to real conversations if that is the source of news for so many?
Well, and it's also a source of mental illness and depression for a lot of teenagers especially. So I think a lot of moves like, Governor Youngkin's in the box there with President Trump, and he's my governor from Virginia. And he just put an initiative to ban cell phones in schools. And I think it's wonderful because it's strongly associated with, like I said, suicide, depression, mental illness among teenagers. Your brain's still forming. So that's one piece of it is for especially young people to harness the technology to protect young people away from the toxic aspects of it. And then with TikTok in particular, I think with the Chinese control of it, I think we've got to get control of that away into a U.S. company. That's part of why I personally am not on TikTok until that happens. I just don't feel comfortable. But I think more broadly, though, this question of the media, there have been numerous studies. So for several years, I was a spokeswoman for an organization called Accuracy in Media. And it's a media watchdog nonprofit. It's been around for more than 5 decades. And they call out liberal bias. That's all they do. And I reported on numerous studies, many academic studies showing a huge gap between the mainstream media, which is the Northeast corridor of New York, Boston, and Washington, and how the people who work in media are disproportionately liberal, Democrat. Their ideology, who they donate to, is not proportionate to the American people. Also, spiritually, religiously, they're far more likely to be agnostic or atheist, whereas the country is more spiritual, they are more Christian, they are more faith-based. And then even geographically, in the news industry, the Midwest and the South are not represented in the news industry in terms of news jobs and the number of people. So when you talk about, for example, the Washington Post, their slogan is now "Democracy dies in darkness." Well, the root word of democracy is demos, and the word demos means people. And so if you're in the dark about your own people, if you don't know the values, if you don't respect the people that you're reporting on, if you look down your nose at them, you are actually part of the problem. You are in darkness of the people, and you are causing democracy to die.
And Carrie, I want to follow up on that. As our media group, under the Epoch media group, Epoch Times and NTD, we take real deep pride in our craft and what we do, and we try to be rigorous. We don't get everything right, but we try our best to do so. So when it comes to getting the truth to people, there are actually different ways to deceive people, and one of those is deception through omission. Talk to us about that.
Oh yeah, no, the sin of omission and a sin of commission. So there's proactively what you cover and what you choose not to cover. And yes, I mean, there were so many stories when you're talking about the airwaves and the things that, when Trump was president, what were they choosing to cover? They were choosing to cover things that were actually, why didn't they cover the Hunter Biden laptop story? That was a huge omission. And polls say that could have been determinative if it had been verified by the mainstream press. And then you had Twitter suppressing that story from the New York Post. To me, that is a violation of democracy. And then on the flip side, omitting when Biden's president, asking real questions about his mental health and his mental capacity and his mental cognition. And that's what I find so bizarre, that it took Democrats more than 3 years to start asking questions. It's like, where was the media? Why weren't they doing their job? So these are examples of omission.
Javier, give you a chance to weigh in.
You know, I completely. I mean, Carrie's the expert here, but I completely agree with her analogy. That the fact of the matter is, you know, it's all about the soundbite. It's all about the clickbait these days, and sadly, that has led the American public astray. We need, you know, our media to step up and do what they're meant to do, which is report the facts, you know, unequivocally, without bias. Talk to the American people about what's actually happening in our nation, and allow the American people to make up our own minds. And it happens on both sides, on the right and on the left. I think this is, again, a transit point for our nation, certainly an opportunity for American media to step up. I'm delighted that you guys, you know, approach your work in the way in which you do. You've had me on many, many times, knowing full well that I'm a Republican. I'm a Democrat, even though my friends are constantly telling me, you're a Republican, and the fact of the matter is, I'm not. And you guys know that, and yet you continue to invite me to come back to talk about things, you know, in a forthright and honest fashion. My job is to report the feelings, the sentiments, the challenges of my constituency, the 4.5 million Hispanic-owned businesses in this country. And I see my responsibility, much as you guys do yours, to just tell the truth and allow the American people to make up their own decisions. I wish more members of the media and more other networks behaved the way that you guys do, frankly.
When we talk about elections, a lot of it comes down to an informed republic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Mm-hmm.
it's how you can have people knowing who to vote for. But on that note, we do have some more big names coming up tonight. So let's toss it now to NTD's data analyst Dave Martin, who's going to bring us some updates and who to look out for at the big wall. Dave, take it away.
Thank you, Tiff. Let's take a quick look at the rough schedule of speakers coming up for tonight. Now, soon we should have the Newt family. This is a family of a Hamas hostage. They will be talking. And then sometime around the top of the hour, Kai Trump, daughter of Donald Trump Jr., then followed by her father, Donald Trump Jr., then Usha Vance, the wife of Senator J.D. Vance, and then finally Senator J.D. Vance with his first speech since being nominated as Trump's vice president choice. Now, as I mentioned, there'll still be some everyday Americans mixed in, sharing their experiences, and probably some music and maybe another video or two. But that should be it for the big headline speakers. I think it's going to end with those four. So that's it for me. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Dave, thank you for that. Some big names still, a lot from the Trump family. We're going to have Donald Trump Jr. and his daughter speaking later tonight. And then, of course, J.D. Vance, the Trump's nominee for vice president, and his wife, who's some are saying that might be a more anticipated speech than J.D. Vance. But actually, still on screen, we do have the Gold Star family. So actually, let's listen in at the RNC and listen to what they have to say.
Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
And there we saw the families of some of the Gold Star families from the 13 Marines that were killed in the Afghan withdrawal. There's been a lot of powerful moments at this convention, just by the nature of what happened to the former president on Saturday, but something about Gold Star families that really, I think, hits home to everybody. And it just kind of goes without saying. With that said, Carrie, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Do you think that President Biden can redeem himself after that Afghan withdrawal in the eyes of the American people when it comes to the military?
Well, I think what's sad is that he's completely abandoned the Americans who are still in Afghanistan. He's abandoned the girls in Afghanistan who are now banned from going to school. My brother serves in the U.S. Army, and he's not been to Afghanistan, but his former supervisor for the Army had a translator, and I worked with him and some of his family members and friends to get several of people within their circles who had targets on their back from the Taliban. They would have been executed, and it was complete chaos. And those translators also, some of them are, we saw them clinging to the wheels of the plane. And that's an image that's burned in my brain. I will never forget that. And I don't see Joe Biden ever mentioning them. I don't think Joe Biden's ever uttered their name of the 13 lives that were lost. He was checking his watch when they had the body transfers. I mean, that's just repulsive to me. And he never apologized for that. Maybe he was checking to see his nap. I don't know. But I think that the fact that he's not talked about Afghanistan is a huge void that is, again, it's an omission. The media never asked about it either. And then also on the issue of the Middle East. I know they're going to have a family situation with the hostage trapped from Hamas, but it's just one chaos after the other. Biden ran in 2020 promising to bring stability, that he was going to be the normalizing force in the White House. He's been anything but.
I think you bring up a very good point when it comes to the hostages in Gaza. We really don't hear too many about the Americans. There were 3. I can't, remember how many are left. With that said, Javier, when it comes to the Afghan withdrawal, it's not only the confidence that the American people, that may have shook in the American people. You have many family members that you've just shared with us in the military. Does it also shake the confidence of our rank and file troops?
It absolutely does. They deserve to know that America's got their back. They deserve to know that their commander-in-chief holds them as the very top priority. I'm not sure that they feel that way right now. The fact of the matter is, we find ourselves as a nation in a place where we are facing challenges all over the globe. And look, I don't pretend that this is an easy job. That Joe Biden's got a tough job. It's arguably the toughest job in the world. But the fact of the matter is, there should be some kind of, issues that absolutely have to remain, top of mind. And to Kerry's point, I would love to see our president talk a bit more about, our successes and our failures abroad, but certainly keeping our armed forces and our brave men and women serving our nation, as a top of mind topic that he addresses more often than he has.
And right now here we're going to tune back into the RNC, where we have the UNC frat boys joined with Brian Kelly, a country music artist. Those were the young guys that protected the American flag on campus when it was being attacked by pro-Palestinian protesters. So we're going to go into this performance and have a listen.
American spirit. American spirit.
When a mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus, we knew we couldn't let that happen. We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for. Too many people have sacrificed everything for it. The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
And there you have those UNC frat boys that we were just commenting on. Didn't look, at least in my eyes, like frat boys, more like high school students. But
okay, boomer.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm dating myself. But very, another powerful moment, I would have to say, where you see young people really respecting the flag that I guess we just feel like doesn't exist that much anymore.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal has a survey where they track American values, and they've done it for a little over 2 decades now. And every year, patriotism's gone down as a value, and other values have gone down precipitously. The belief in having children, having a family, gone down. Belief in God and church and religion, gone down. And the only value that's gone up in the last quarter century, according to this Wall Street Journal polling, is I want to make money. And I think that's a problem, I don't
know if I'd necessarily call that a value.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I do believe in capitalism. I think competition and business, you're at the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Yeah. I'm all for that, but I think you can't divorce it from the important bedrock that makes capitalism work in a way that is sustainable and that is also compassionate, but also incorporates the laws of, Adam Smith.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. The reason that our economy does work, the reason that Google and eBay and Verizon and AT&T and Bank of America and Kohl's and Nordstrom's and all of those companies were started in America by an immigrant. But the reason they came to America is because there has always been these invisible piers that hold up our society: a respect for family, patriotism, a respect for law and order, a set of rules and guidelines and laws that are obeyed. And that's what allows, it's those invisible piers that create the foundation for a strong and growing economy. All these other, these companies that I mentioned, they were not started in other countries. Those immigrants chose to start those companies here because of those invisible piers, because of that foundation, and we're losing that foundation every day in America. We're at a transit point, and this is a good time for us to reflect about what truly matters to our nation and what truly will safeguard our future.
Carrie, I want to go back to your earlier point of the trends that we're seeing. We heard the other day from Vivek Ramaswamy. He was trying to speak to multiple different groups, talking to millennials, Gen Z. When it came to Gen Z, he was like, you know, if you want to be a hippie, if you want to like stick it to the man, all the phrases they love, he's like, try going on a college campus and telling everyone you're a conservative. You know, go out there and say that you want to start a family. How do you see, like, who do you see listening to these conventions, the RNC? How much can it shift the needle? Or is it just those who are already committed to the Republican platform? How do you see that working?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, and even in the debate too, I think you had almost 60 million people watching that first debate. So that's a sizable portion of the country watching it. I mean, in general, older generations are far more likely to vote than younger generations. But what's very interesting, a lot of the momentum that you're seeing in support of Donald Trump among black voters, it's driven by black voters under 50. And that's what I find fascinating, especially young black men. And they're the ones who I believe are going to break this generational curse of this notion that you have to rely on government to be your savior. Because we've tried this experiment. I mean, this is what the work of Thomas Sowell has shown, that if the black family was destroyed by the welfare system, you had before welfare, before trillions of dollars spent in these government programs, you had 75% of black babies born to two-parent homes. And now, 60 years and trillions of dollars later, it's only 25%. So if you wanted to destroy the black family and you were a white supremacist who had that evil goal, this is pretty much exactly what you would do. And our best intentions, that's what the road to hell is paved with. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think young black voters are waking up to that. And I think Donald Trump is channeling that energy in a very unique way.
And Javier, another huge voting block is the Latino or Hispanic vote, and I'm sure you can speak to that. On the first night, we had the CEO of Goya speaking and talking about his own story with, you know, his father being an immigrant, that whole journey. Now it's the biggest Hispanic company in the U.S., right? So that success that he was saying could only, that American dream, that could only happen in a country like America. And he was saying that all these different policies we've seen were really hitting the Hispanic community the hardest because they really value hard work, they value family, they value community. How do you read that, and what would you like to see more of from the Democratic Party, especially when it comes to the Hispanic community?
You know, I think in a very broad sense, the Democratic Party has taken the Hispanic community for granted for far too long. And, you know, we saw what they call the red wave of Hispanics kind of turning to the Republican Party. The fact of the matter is that the ethos of the Republican Party, you know, family, patriotism, love of God, love of country, those are the same kind of characteristics in the Hispanic culture. So there's always been that commonality, but I think what has happened of late is that we've found the Republican Party really begin to turn its attention to the Hispanic community. It's a very smart political move. Every 30 seconds in America, a Hispanic turns 18. Right now, Hispanics are the most independent voting bloc in America. 38% of Hispanics identify as independent. There are more Hispanics in this country right now than there are African Americans and Asians combined. So imagine if the political apparatus paid as much attention to the Hispanic community as it does to the African American community. Hispanics are growing at a rate of 2 to 1 when compared to the general market. They represented 53% of the overall growth of the entire American population. In fact, if you removed Hispanics from the American population, we would see a decline in the American population. So I dare say that the future of politics rests a great deal on the American community, on the Hispanic community. And I think that the party that understands that and begins to kind of mold a narrative that engages that community ultimately is going to be very successful. And frankly, I see the Republicans doing that very effectively.
Kerry, Javier mentioned the Hispanic community's love of God. You also mentioned how we've seen God kind of separated from the school. Actually, we are going to toss it. We're going to resume this topic in just a moment. I want to go to the family of the Israeli hostage, or the hostages in Hamas right now.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begaetz al mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Very powerful moment there where you heard the parents of an American hostage still trapped in Gaza from what took place when Hamas launched that brutal attack on Israel. Really powerful stuff. Still 8 Americans trapped inside, and it must be, when you really put yourself in those parents' shoes, day in and day out, when you see the result of some hostages who come out alive, and you have that hope, but also many that have not been that lucky. How difficult do you think it is to be in their shoes?
I mean, I can't imagine the pain and the agony. You know, many of my friends in the Jewish community are very disappointed with this administration's support or lack thereof for Israel. You know, bottom line, we cannot waver in our support of Israel. You know, to your point, there's 116 hostages, 8 of them American. You know, this needs to be a central focus of anybody who's in the White House. We must help resolve this. You know, Israel has been an important ally to America for time immemorial. And the fact of the matter is, you know, we owe a debt, and we need to stand up to that debt. This is wrong. This could be over much faster if Hamas turned over those 116 hostages. They have not done that. And that should be the only consideration in my mind. Obviously, there's so much more to this, but at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to, do you stick with your friends or don't you? And right now, the Jewish community, by my understanding and the members of the Jewish community that I'm talking to, they feel very betrayed. They feel very hurt. The pain is throughout the community, not just with the families who, you know, have sons and daughters in this situation.
Kerry, to Javier's point, if former President Trump were to be reelected, what do you see him being able to do, not just to, you know, get the hostages back, but to quell all of the tension that we're seeing in the Middle East?
Well, the big word is Iran. And Joe Biden has been an absolute disaster on Iran policy. He is a big reason why Gaza invaded, because Iran has been bankrolling terror throughout the Middle East, not only in Gaza, but also in Yemen, as well as in Lebanon. And it's coming because sanctions that were loosened by the Biden administration had limited impact under this new regime, whereas under Donald Trump, the sanctions were tightened and the noose was tightened. And that's when you have leverage. That's when you can bring an enemy to the negotiating table, when you put sanctions that actually mean something. Unfortunately, toward the end of the Trump administration, China helped to subvert those sanctions to some degree against China. But of course, Donald Trump, he was, you know, that's a big part of, I'm sure we'll hear more tonight about standing up to China. But the axis of evil of Iran, China, and Russia, and North Korea, this is, standing up to these powers, but doing it in a way that projects American strength. This is something that I believe Joe Biden is fundamentally incapable of doing.
And if I could add on, Steve, you know, a lot of this stuff, as a businessman, I tend to connect dots in a way. But if you'll recall, you know, President Biden ran on a campaign that he was going to kind of shut down the oil and gas industry in the United States. His first day in office, he took some of the most draconian legislation and shut down the Trans-Canada pipeline, the Keystone pipeline. And I predicted then, very publicly, this is going to lead to a number of challenges for the United States. Rising costs in manufacturing and transportation, in in fertilizer, in cosmetics, in pharmaceuticals, and we will have to rely on other nations for our need of oil and gas. It did not go away. We ended up buying oil and gas from the likes of China and Venezuela and Russia and Iran. And the argument at the time was, well, it's a very small percentage of, the overall, purchase and the overall amount of oil that we're using. Perhaps true, but that very small percentage for a nation like ours equates to billions of dollars to those nations like Iran. And I'm fearful now, I hate to think about it, but I'm fearful now that perhaps those dollars that we invested in buying oil from those foreign sources and those nations that maybe don't have our best interests at heart are now being used against us. And oftentimes what happens, something in one way or another boils down to the economics and the commercial interests of this nation. And that's one of the examples where I talk about, we need to surely transition to a cleaner environment. Everybody believes that, but we need to do it in a sustainable, strategic fashion. The steps that this administration took, they went simply too far and too fast. And this is, I fear, part of the result of that kind of action.
Javier, you should be in the White House advising Joe Biden. You're making so much sense.
Very important discussion. Coming up soon, we just want to highlight is Donald Trump Jr. and Republican Vice President, presidential nominee J.D. Vance for the keynote speech. Coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
Baby, you see, you're so right for me.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
For the 4 years he has been on this earth, he has known nothing but war.
Wherever I go, the things I see, I just want to turn away. The dreams I have, the stories I could tell, will they still be possible? This year, more than ever, I need a brand new world, a clean world. Where I can improve myself and be inspired. My stage can be anywhere and everywhere. But it begins here.
Ganjing World, a brighter way of life.
And welcome back to the third night of the RNC. Right now on screen there is Sergeant William Peckrell. He's a decorated war hero, World War II and D-Day veteran. So let's listen into, I'm sure he has quite the story.
The country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world, and those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I will storm whatever beach he want, my country needs me to fight against. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
All right, well, there was that decorated World War II and D-Day veteran getting some chuckles from the crowd when he said if, Trump's back as commander-in-chief, he would go in and re-enlist today. Got us laughing as well. But I was really struck by his story when he said when he came back from Europe, right, he kissed the ground. Like, that's just what America meant for him. I'm sure he lost a lot of friends out there. Well, D-Day was, thousands died that day, but he was like, that was the price of freedom, and that's what kept the world free. But what was most touching to you in that, and what can we learn from his story?
I think when you look at the brave men and women who served during World War II, the Great War, and particularly those who stormed the beach on that day, imagine what they went through, and imagine how they feel now watching what's going on in our country. I think it's unequivocal. We have no greater duty than to honor and protect our veterans, and I'm delighted to see a convention that features the men and the women of the military so prominently. That just makes me very, very proud. I don't think that's a Republican thing or a Democratic thing. That's an American thing, and to me, I'm just delighted to see this very central piece of this evening at the RNC be all about the brave men and women who have served our country.
I think on that note, right, we did see the UNC frat boys earlier who were saying that, just out of respect to the flag, they just could not see it falling on the ground. And now we're hearing from those who helped save the free world. Let's tune back into the convention. There is a huge lineup. There's Donald Trump Jr., so let's listen in.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi everyone, my name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
A lot of proud moments this week for my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing. Our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, Who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
And there you have it. Donald Trump Jr. giving a pretty passionate speech, introducing his daughter there. That was quite powerful, Carrie. Donald Trump Jr.'s daughter there talking about her grandfather, former President Trump, really humanizing him. We often talk about how any presidential figure just often appears larger than life, and we tend to not remember that they are human. Did anything strike you with her speech?
Yeah, I thought it was very just touching, the little details that she mentioned. It reminded me, you know, they say there's your resume values and then there's your eulogy values, the things that you want people to say at your funeral. And those are the things that people actually remember you for. Yeah. And those are the things, so often in our careers, we're focused on the resume values, and quite often in business and politics, that's what we're focused on. And so it's great to have those reminders of the eulogy values. Thank God it wasn't a eulogy for Trump, that he survived it, that he's here. And but I think it speaks to the kind of the broader strategy for the RNC here to pivot to the general election. So they're done with the primary and now they can move to get in. You also heard Donald Trump Jr. talking about, if you want to have a better life, we're a big party, we welcome you. And then at the end he said, thank you, Wisconsin, which was, I think, because this is a swing state. And Linda McMahon, who was Trump's head of business outreach and the SBA under his administration, she put a post on LinkedIn saying this convention is going to inject $200 million into the Wisconsin economy. So I think that was a strategic move. Honestly, I don't know why the Democrats, with all due respect, why you're doing it in Illinois, because it's already dark blue. Why don't you have it in like a swing state?
Shots fired there.
I know it's not your fault.
That's another opportunity to advise. Pride.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Javier appreciates
We're
business.
building your resume.
No, I mean, I have to agree with Carrie. You know, Kai Trump. First of all, I understand she's a bit of a golfing phenom.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if you call her the next Tiger Woods or the next Madam President. I know what I was doing at 17, and it wasn't that. I think I addressed my social studies class, but the poise that she illustrated, and to Carrie's point, she really humanized this individual that all too often, is anything but in the American media. And I think it really reminds us all that, at the end of the day, he's someone's grandpa. And now, the old adage, never follow a puppy or a baby. Now it should be never follow a puppy, a baby, or a granddaughter, because, you've got a hard act to follow. So I was completely impressed by not only her presence, but also by the fact that they chose to put her there. And it really does remind us that at the end of the day, this is a human being we're talking about. And like him or not, I come from a place where just because somebody has a different political ideology, it doesn't make him any less American than me. In fact, I welcome the dialogue, so long as it's done, respectfully and with the facts. I welcome the disagreement, if you will, because that's what makes America what it is. That's one of the grounding tenets of our nation, and that's what makes us the great nation we are. And I'm hopeful that, the rest of America that's been watching has been able to see the human side of this man that frankly I didn't know anything about, and it touched me a little bit, I have to say.
I think a big part of that, she brought up herself that the media painted, her grandfather as a completely different person than the one she knows at home. Right. And then the one that calls her at school and she's like, hey, I'm at school, I'm going to have to hang up on you.
Yeah.
And then talking about when they're golfing and then he tries to get in her head and she's like, well, I'm a Trump as well, right? And then it pivoted to her father, Donald Trump Jr., speaking of that moment when Trump stood up after almost being assassinated, calling that America is Trump tough. We were joking that perhaps there's a new Trump political dynasty being born over here. But with Donald Trump Jr.'s speech, he was touching on a lot of the working class, right? And then he was talking about J.D. Vance as the vice president nominee, coming from a Rust Belt state, being so different from him growing up in Manhattan. How do you read J.D. Vance and the speeches we just heard potentially moving that needle when it comes to November and voter turnout in the Republicans' favor?
I think J.D. Vance is a strategic a move. I think it's a stroke of genius. I think he will touch that blue wall. I think he will move it. I think he will resonate with working class Americans that frankly may have been on the fence looking at the Trump family and not maybe being able to identify as well. But putting a J.D. Vance there that is the complete antithesis of a Donald Trump and his upbringing, how he grew up, the challenges he had versus how Donald Sr. and Jr. grew up. I mean, you could not be more different, and yet they're allied, they're working together. And I'm awaiting to see what J.D. has to say. I know him to be an incredibly intelligent man. I've said before, I would never want to debate that guy. I think he was a strategic and very, very smart move for the Republican Party.
And with that, it looks like his wife is coming out right now to introduce him. And we're going to go into that feed and listen to J.D. Vance's wife.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met J.D. in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with J.D.? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
From Ohio. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, please. Wow, wow. Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't it amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that mammal, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan, I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. But, my fellow Americans, here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me, it's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025, and if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, We will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
And there you have it, Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance with his first speech since being selected by former President Trump to accompany him on the ticket. He touched on a variety of issues, gave a very heartwarming tribute to his mom who suffered from addiction. He talked about China and the trade imbalance and how the Trump administration will stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of America's middle class. He also said something interesting at the very end where he said, "I'll never take the trust granted that was put in him from former President Trump." We all know that former President Trump values loyalty very much. Right now, we're going to take it to Iris Tao, our White House correspondent, who is on the floor there for an update. Iris, how is the crowd reacting down there?
Good evening to you. Also, there you have it. Senator J.D. Vance giving his speech accepting the formal nomination for him as the Republican vice presidential candidate and Trump's running mate. And during that speech, Senator Vance really emphasized his humble beginning, including growing up in a rather poor family, also having parents struggling with addiction. We saw his mom right there getting clapping and cheering from the crowd as encouragement. And also we heard Senator Vance really making an appeal to battleground states by emphasizing, for example, the need to care for American workers. He explicitly said that, quote, an auto worker in Michigan, factory worker in Wisconsin, an energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio, calling out these swing states and battleground states in this key election where he, as a presidential or vice presidential candidate, has the strength in appealing to. Meanwhile, he also talked about foreign policy, including talking about how America should stop communist China from taking American jobs and growing their economy at the sacrifice of American workers. And that's another appeal to these American working class. And meanwhile, other speakers tonight also included Trump's family members. For example, we heard from Trump Jr. and also Trump's eldest granddaughter, Kai Trump, who's just 17 years old. And both of them really added that personal touch to former President Trump's image as a presidential nominee, saying how he's a caring father and grandfather in the family, in addition to being a strong leader in both the business and politics world. Meanwhile, the most emotional moment tonight actually came from when the Gold Star families took the stage and shared their stories about their loved ones. Some of them lost their loved ones during the Afghanistan withdrawal. And then one mother who lost his son during that incident really had tears rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. And I talked to several audience members right afterward asking how they felt during that speech. And some of them also had tears in their eyes, telling me how heartbroken they are when hearing those stories and why they want a strong leader as a result. And the nice theme was Make America Strong Again, emphasizing on foreign policy. Meanwhile, tomorrow the theme will be Make America Great Again. That's the biggest night. As we know, former President Trump will be giving a speech accepting his formal nomination as the presidential nominee. And of course, we have heard news and reports talking about how Trump has really changed dramatically his speech following the assassination attempt. So a lot to watch for tonight as he speaks. Back to you.
Thanks, Iris Tao. Excellent reporting throughout the night. Very busy on the floor there. And we're going to bring it back in studio with Javier Palomares and Carrie Sheffield. We have a limited amount of time left, about 30 seconds each. Just your final thoughts, Carrie.
Yeah, the loyalty to Trump, it's contingent on the fact that in 2022, J.D. Vance was running second place in the primary in Ohio. There was a guy who was the Ohio treasurer who was running first, Josh Mandel, and Trump came in and gave him that endorsement. So he owes his career. J.D. Vance owes his political career to Donald J. Trump, and that's where you're going to see the loyalty. He's going to back him up. I also heard Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan. If I had to take a shot, I would be drunk at this point. He's brought in to get that Rust Belt. That's where the swing states. That's where this election is going to come down to those swing states, and that's the secret weapon is J.D. Vance.
Javier, he said that the Republican Party has a big tent, an appeal to Democrats. Was it enough to draw you in?
It certainly drew me in tonight, or at least a lot closer. I have to agree with Carrie completely. I'd add that Republican or Democrat, I have to say it's hard to imagine a better example of the American dream than J.D. Vance. And to your point, he spoke of the Republican Party being a big tent. And with my own eyes, I've seen African Americans, Hispanics, young and old. I've seen members of the Jewish community, veterans. I'm delighted to see that kind of diversity in the Republican Party. I have to say, I'm impressed with what I've seen thus far.
Well, you sound like a Republican, Javier.
There's still one more night of the convention.
Hey,
we'll check.
Let's get you baptized.
And with that, we'll have more of our special coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention tomorrow.
That is when we will be hearing from former President Trump with his rewritten speech on unity. So a lot of eyes on that. The theme is Make America Great Once Again. So we'll be bringing you all of that tomorrow. So be with us. Join us tomorrow. And for now, good night.
Stay tuned to get 2 rolls of alien tape free. You wouldn't stick your mother-in-law on the wall, but you could with alien tape. It just sticks. Just peel and stick to make anything stay in place quick. Brick, pavers, marble, tile, plastic, even leather. Nothing works better than alien tape. You wouldn't stick your fishbowl on a moving car, but you could with alien tape. The secret is nano-stick technology that grabs and locks on to secure one side of the surface to the other. Alien tape secures in seconds, then twist, pull, and rinse to reuse. Call or go online to get your first roll of alien tape for just $19.99, plus shipping and processing. But to make this deal really stick, we'll give you 2 more rolls absolutely free. You get 3 rolls of alien tape for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-490-1364 or go to tryalientape.com. So call 1-800-490-1364 or order online at tryalientape.com.
Will you stay?